All right. Good evening. My name is Keith Romano. I'd like to call this meeting to order. This is the Inland Wetlands Commission meeting of the town of Monroe. It is November 18th, 2020. Time is 7:02 p.m. Is the recorder on?
The recorder is on, and as is a second one.
Excellent. I'll take a roll call. Members of the commission and staff present during tonight's remote meeting. Please answer here, present, starting with myself, Keith Romano, Lois Spence, who's our vice chair and secretary, Jim Stewart,
Here.
who is our treasurer and a licensed engineer and surveyor in the state of Connecticut, Clark Ingris. I'm sorry, is here. Clark Ingris. Here. Ross Mastracco.
Here.
EJ Hall.
Here.
East Halstead, our Inland Wetlands agent.
Here.
Donna Shazinski, our office manager.
Here.
Sarah Stroud, our recording secretary.
Here.
Also with us tonight is Barbara Chillen, our legal counsel. Before we start, I'll read our mission statement. Before we start, I'll read our mission statement and how the meeting will proceed. Inland Wetlands mission statement. The objective and purpose of the Inland Wetlands Commission is to provide for the overall protection and preservation of the inland wetlands and watercourses within the town of Monroe. Meeting procedure. In the normal course of our meetings, we'll hear public hearing and other applications. The protocol for public hearings is to have an applicant make a presentation to the commission, during which and after which the commission will be asking the applicant questions. Due to remote meeting status, I like to ask that applicants keep presentations as concise as possible. The commission will then review town staff and other independent comments. The meeting will then be open for public comment. I will ask that all comments be made to the chair or commission. After any and all comments pro position or of a general nature are made, the applicant will be given an opportunity to respond. Again, due to remote meeting status, please keep comments or questions direct, and a time limit of 3 minutes may be imposed. Not necessarily that the applicant respond, but generally in their best interest to do so. There will be no further opportunity for questions unless new materials entered in as evidence or testimony during their response. Please keep all comments pro and con specific to inland wetlands related matters. Other applications that do not involve a public hearing will follow a similar format, with the exception there will be no public comments allowed. The meeting files are published agenda unless otherwise amended. Are there any changes to the agenda?
There are. So we have gotten permission and written request that it's okay to table the public hearing IWC 2020-05 for 195, 201, and 211 Main Street, which is a proposed 3-story senior housing. We've also had permission to table IWC 2020-08, 169 Enterprise Drive. That's the commercial rock processing, the parking and septic. Also, we are going to table IWR under enforcement, IWR 2020-02, 224 Guinea Road, which was a remediation plan, in hopes of kind of expediting or freeing up some more time in this meeting. Also, under item G, Inland Wetland Agent Activities Reports, under 13 permitted uses as of right, I have the addition of IPU 2020-19, 31 Beech Tree Lane. It's soil and erosion measures due to storm damage. And as far as I know, that is it for the published agenda.
All right. At this moment, I'd like to invite anybody in the public that has anything they want to speak of in a general nature, comments to make, questions to the commission. Anybody in the public that would like to speak to the commission?
This
Right.
is Margaret Miner. I
Yeah.
did send in some written comments. Is
This
this
is-
the time for the public to speak?
For something in the general nature, if it's one of our applications that's stated on the agenda, it's best to wait for that part of the meeting. This is in general.
Thank
If it's
you.
nothing.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. I didn't quite pick that up. Thanks a lot.
Good evening,
Thank you.
committee.
Now, we want to, oh, yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
Good evening, committee. This is Cesar Rios from 556 Pepper Street. I didn't hear, I'm not sure if Mrs. Susinski included me in this meeting.
Yes,
We're on
you
the
are
agenda.
included in this.
Okay, very well.
Yes,
Thank
you are on this meeting.
you.
Is he also caller too, maybe? That one's around. Okay. So do we want to tackle to fit the redoing the last meeting first? Or do we want to follow the agenda? Anyone, Barbara or Donna?
Well, I mean, it seems to me since the 64 Cambridge matter will take up a significant period of time, I don't know if perhaps the commission has shorter matters that it could deal with first so that
All right, we'll
people
do
then
like,
would not have
Okay.
to wait so long for their matter.
all right, thank you. Yeah, we'll just go as we've been going most of the time in the past. We're gonna go through everything else and then come to 64 Cambridge for independence at the end of the meeting. So moving along, subdivision report recommendations of P and Z Commission, none. Regular meeting, IWC 2020-073, Whitetail Drive, single family home with associated site. Are we gonna,
Dave, are you going to present on that, or is Mike going to present?
I'll be presenting it.
Yeah, Mike is going to present it because this has really been driven by the marketability of the lot. So Mike
Okay.
is going to start.
All right, Mike, do you want me to put the map up for you?
Well, yeah, if the members of the commission would like to see the map,
Mike,
you
why
know.
don't you start by stating your name and address
Okay.
for the record?
This is Mike Chesnowski. Good evening, Mr. Chairman and commission members. I'm Michael Chesnowski, the applicant. I live at 9 Whitetail Drive in Monroe, which is bordering or adjacent to 3 Whitetail Drive, which is what we're here for, this application. Thank you for allowing us to have this meeting tonight. The application and meeting for 3 Whitetail Drive is for an approval process in order to obtain a building permit on this lot. Originally, 3 Whitetail is also known as lot number 10, which was approved in the 2014 as part of a 10-lot subdivision known as Deer Meadow Estates, which IWC approved all 10 lots. And this was one of the lots that had considerable amount of wetlands. It has a pond and a brook through it. Anyway, in the original approval, the lot would have to be reviewed by IWC prior to obtaining a building permit, which presently we are ready to do so because we finally have customers that would like this lot, which has a detention basin. It's really been an eyesore. But the number 3 Whitetail lot consists of drainage and fire suppression easement, a conservation easement, and 100-foot wetland offset line from the wetlands. In the easement, there is a functioning detention basin as well. All the above was approved and accepted by the town of Monroe Planning and Zoning a couple of years ago, and everything is functioning properly at this time. The map, as you can see, the red line on the map shows the 100-foot setback from the wetlands. And we followed that line with the limit of disturbance on lot 3. That's the limit of disturbance. The plan shows the location of the proposed house, which is in the same location shown on the original subdivision approval plan. It is within the regulated area, and this disturbance is minimal. As Scott, the town engineer, had reviewed this.
I'll be right with you.
And he also said that there's no.
Excuse me, Mike. Mike, excuse me. Donna, could you mute caller, I think 5? I think we're getting feedback from them.
Yep, hold on.
Actually, you can mute all the callers, I guess. I can't see who they are.
Yeah, I can't see either. Okay.
All right, thank you, Mike. You can proceed.
Okay, so the town engineer had reviewed this, which he usually does, and his comments where there is no, since the proposed runoff would be routed through the detention basin, there's no really comments that he's concerned about. He also said the disturbance within the regulated area is minimal, and there should be a minimum bond of $2,500. That was his comments. But the plan does show the location of the proposed house in the same location that was originally approved by IWC in 2014. The house is within the regulated area, and the disturbance is minimal, as Scott said as well. The proposed runoff would be routed through the detention basin, which Scott is very aware of. The original subdivision plan on this lot that was approved by IWC showed the proposed septic system to be located within the limit of disturbance, which is down at the bottom of the plan there. You can see the trenches for the septic system. Both the primary and the reserve are now, I think the primary was originally located on the other side of the LOD within the 100-foot regulated area. We brought that out of there. And so it's not, we're not doing anything in the regulated area at this point, and we don't intend to either. So the septic system was relocated to conform to that regulation. The detention basin, if you can go up, Donna, to the, it shows the oval shaped, because everybody see that? That's the detention basin, which is in the conservation, the drainage easement area. And it has been an eyesore for years. It's in the front of a beautiful lot. But you know something, we wanted to create to try to buffer that view of that detention basin. So, which is located in front of the lot, it's part of the drainage easement area. And so we're showing a buffer of tree plantings, which would be like the green giant arborvitaes, which the deer don't like, and it's a good border tree. It's not high grown, it grows wide, it's very beautiful in the spring, summer, and fall, and in the wintertime it kind of has a rusty purplish look to it. And we just got to block the view of the unsightly detention basin. The plantings are outside of the limit of disturbance line. They're shown on the plan as stars, if you can see that. There may be more than those. It just shows the general location. And they are outside the 100-foot setback line. The footing and roof drains are proposed in the original, that were proposed in the original subdivision approval, are still located in the same spot. And Donna, if you can go down along the LOD, And you'll see the drain pipes that go into a swale that was created. Go up a little further. Where are
Right
you?
here,
Yeah, right there.
right here.
That was approved originally, so that hasn't changed. And which it eventually goes into a swale that was constructed in accordance with the IWC approval. And the approved location of the drainage for the roof drains and the footing drains will enter into that swale, and then it will flow into the functional designed detention basin as well. So really, we're not changing anything other than moving the septic system out of the limit of disturbance. And in conclusion, we respect and will conform to all the IWC standards of erosion control, installations, and maintenance of the same during the construction of this site. And it's our policy always to conform to erosion control. And I want to just introduce Dave Bjorken as our engineer from Spath Bjorken Associates to come on and tell any, just explain if I missed anything. So, Dave, did I miss anything?
Thank you, Mike. No, Mike, you did a very good job of covering it. Really, this is just a minor tweak to the plan. And one of the major parts about the tweak is that we're adding some landscaping along the edge of the pond, which is going to buffer it just visually from the new home. So,
The detention basin.
well, other than that, this is, this almost looks identical to what was approved previously.
Dave, did you say your name for the record?
Oh, Dave Bjorkland, Spath Bjorkland Associates, 593 Main Street, Monroe, Connecticut.
Thank you. Are we all set?
Yeah, Dave, you all set with that?
Yeah, I would just like to point out that as a result of the construction of the detention basin on this lot has been disturbed. This is not virgin territory, just the work that was done on the lot to construct the detention basin. Most of the lot was disturbed during construction, not down along the existing pond, but and it's all been restabilized. So this is not we're going into a virgin wooded lot. This area was disturbed during construction, primarily to construct the detention basin. That concludes what I have to say.
Can I this is Mike Chesnowski again, can I just add to that?
All right. Yep.
Yeah, so when we had our approval period to construct, which was a 5-year period, we eventually did shape up the lot that was disturbed, and we did reseed it with clover, rye, and et cetera, a conservation mix, which has been a beautiful clover field for the wildlife. And but at this point, so it is a stable lot. It's not in rough shape whatsoever, as Dave reiterated. And I just want to let you know that. So everything is stable, and we intend to maintain our erosion control standards. I'm done. Yeah.
Thank you. I'll canvass the commissioners that have any questions, starting with Lois. Do you have any questions?
Only one. You stated that the bushes or trees that you'll be putting in, there'll be a minimum of 6. Am I hearing you correctly?
I'd like to, possibly do more than that. It shows an area, and that's a pretty long area. It shows 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I think that's probably more than, they're not going to be spaced out very far apart. And the border, the buffer is, the intention of that is to not be able to see the detention basin from, the driveway.
Understood.
And
Understood.
so, I'm asking for a little leniency on, it shows 6, but that's an area. So I expect to do at least, 10 feet apart, which they'll widen out at the base of those. We've planted them up here on the road, the approved road that we did back in 2014. Since then, we did a lot of tree plantings on Whitetail Drive, and I planted those arborvitae, the green giants. They're just beautiful, and they spread out wide too.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure so that our staff, when our staff goes out to look, they know that there's going to be at least 6 trees, maybe more. That's all I was asking for, was some clarification. Thank you. That's it for me.
Thank you.
Commissioner Stewart?
Yeah, one question. Your roof drains and your footing drains, you're taking them all the way to the swale, but the grade looked to me like you could stop it at the limit at the silt fence and just discharge it there, or put a level spreader or something and not even be in the 100-foot setback.
Well, the reason why it goes into the swale is because if we stop short of the swale, it could, the roof drains especially could wash out silt into the swale. The other, we, instead of running pipes to that swale, we could rip-wrap a little swale from the existing swale to where the limited disturbance is, instead of running pipe to that. What do you think, Dave? Is that appropriate?
Yeah, I mean, the swale is there, so either way, pipe or riprap, but I wouldn't want to see it just stop at the LOD or the 100-foot setback. I'd rather make sure we get the water into the swale.
To prevent any erosion, right?
Yes.
Okay, you couldn't accomplish that with a level spreader or something? I mean, there's a swale all along there.
Well, as Dave said, to stop the pipe at the LOD and just spill on the ground, I think is not a good practice. It could cause erosion into the swale, contaminate the swale, and as well into the detention basin. The swale is a rip-wrap swale. It's approximately about 5 foot wide with a 2 foot wide base and slope, heavily rip-wrapped, secure. Solid. Rain really never, water, I've never seen in 5 years since then any water flowing down through that swale. So,
Okay,
but
thank you.
you're welcome.
Commissioner Gingras?
Are there going to be any markers designating wetlands along the border there?
There are markers everywhere. There's conservation easement markers. There's 100-foot setback markers. We have it all there. That was originally done from the original construction approval. So.
All right, that's the only question I had. Thank you.
Commissioner
Okay.
Massaraco?
Is it going to be grass on each side of that, the footing and roof drain piping all the way to the?
Yeah, everything will be stabilized. As it's our normal practice to really stabilize as quick as possible.
So will it be a lawn?
Oh yeah, this side of the good side, the good side of the limited disturbance, everything gets seeded, landscaped, and entirely stabilized.
All right, so from the end of the wall.
As a lawn, everything is lawn on this side of the limited disturbance.
Yeah, you got to go right to the big swale, because how are you going to get a lawnmower from the front to the backyard,
Yeah, well, the lawn, the driveway is on the west side of the house, and that's pretty level in there. So the access to the rear of the lot would be through that, and along the right side of the house, looking at it too. That's the right side of the house is when the grade slopes from left to right, like you can see the contours 2, 4, 6, 8. we can have just a little bit of a walkout there. So, you know, to minimize on any filling on this side of the limited disturbance. A couple of rock walls, natural rock walls to hold back, you know, to retain it. And I think it's going to be very pleasant. So,
Yeah, good idea. I'm done.
Dr. Hall?
Yes, I just have a couple of orientation questions. I've driven by and sort of monitored the development of this entire area since you started working there. And so is it, I see at the top of the screen, it says the Whitetail Drive.
Yep.
And today there's a little blacktop stub coming off Whitetail. Is that where your driveway would begin?
there are two, there is a like a 11-foot deep access paved area that was requested by the town engineer to have access for the town through that to do any maintaining that they need to do on the detention basin. It is their responsibility to maintain that. And that's what the paved part, it's about 11 foot long and about 15 feet wide.
And that's where your drive would begin?
No, our driveway, as you come past that heading up Whitetail Drive on the left side, you'll see there's catch basins on both sides of the road.
Yes.
Which is above that paved drive access. And above those basins, they're right close to it, starts the driveway for 3 Whitetail.
Very good. Okay, that helped me. I'm
It's
good.
not paved right now. It is, originally I put like a anti-tracking pad there. You know, we have 18 inches of pavement at the curb line, which got requested that that's all we had to do. And then we put some stone down. So at any time we can access that lot. And you know, I drive up through there often because I get to my side of the house with a truck if I ever need to. Not very often, but we have been, you know, over the last couple of years.
Okay, well, no, that helped me understand where the house will be in relation to the detention basin. So that was my only question. Back to you, Keith.
Now that you've been up through Whitetail Drive, do you guys like how it looks?
It's Mike, thank you for the question, but it's not really our purview to talk about how development.
Okay. Oh, you like it? Okay. That's fine.
All right, so I think we're set with this. What? Can't find the word.
Keith? Application?
Yeah. We have any things to read into the record?
No, but Keith, I got the comment. This is Denise.
Yes, go ahead.
The trees, I have no problem with the trees, but they're in an easement. So we just gotta make note that there's permission to put those trees in that easement.
Okay. And my question to that, Denise, excuse me, those trees are outside the 100-foot area.
I understand. It's outside of our purview, but it is part of a drainage easement. I just don't want Mike to get in trouble.
Okay, well, would that be a planning and zoning matter?
I just wanted him to be conscious of it.
Okay.
Can I respond to that, please?
Sure, quickly, please.
Okay, the town first selectman sent in a letter stating that the easements are fine and properly done, and we can do what we need to build on the lot.
Good. I just want you covered, Mike.
I think, and Donna knows that there's a letter from him on record.
Okay.
Right, Donna, you have that letter.
That is correct.
Okay.
Don, is there anything to read into the record on this?
There isn't. The comments were all part of it, and we're good.
Okay.
This wasn't a public hearing.
Oh, okay. All right, so I guess we're all set with this one. Moving along to IWC.
So are we gonna?
All right, have a good night.
I'm sorry.
Close this, and then we'll make a go into determination or, no, I'm forgetting my words. Hold on one second, sorry. We'll deliberate on this one later.
Yes, we'll deliver on it later.
Okay, thank you.
So close
Okay,
this
Mike, you're all set.
All right, have a good night, everybody. Thank you.
You too.
All right, to IWC 2020-04, 6 Pepper Street, proposed gravel parking area for commercial vehicles. And start with Mr. Rios.
Yep.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, committee.
All right, state your name for the record.
My name is Cesar Rios. I present tonight in regards to my property, 556 Pepper Street, Monroe, Connecticut, zip code 06468. I propose an application for a parking lot in my backyard.
You did receive new maps on this in your mailing?
Are you looking for input, Keith?
I think that's for, wait for him, aren't we? Who's presenting this? Who's presenting this application to us?
I believe Mr. Rios.
Hello, everyone can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, I presented these new drawings that I've been working with my HKA engineer in we've been working to address all comments from or my last email has received from Mrs. Denise Halstein with a few comments that we've been working on this drawing and try to address those comments, as well as town engineer Scott make a few comments on a email, I think was like almost a week ago, and we've been reviewing and checking all of those comments and addressing in order to comply with the committee.
Okay, you want to just walk us through what those changes that were made to address the comments? Rios,
Yes.
can you just walk us through the changes that were made on the plan to address the comments?
Sure. One is the calculation of the attenuation in creek runoff for the 100-year storm. The comment is okay. The site is so small. I'm willing to accept. I mean, this is from the town engineer Scott. I'm willing to accept just storage of the WQV 1-inch runoff from new impervious area. We'd address that in our drawing. My engineer did that.
Okay.
Mrs. Halsey, last email, plan revised to show trees to be planted in this area. Type quantity was not listed, it's listed now. That can be a condition to of the approval. We have addressed that with a list of plants to be planted, quantities, and name of the type of the plants that we intended to plant. In the comment C, charts list the amount of plant but not size provided. We did that. Comment D, plant does not show any inland wetland markers. It will be conditional approval, and it is anticipated that at least 3 markers will require along the easterly edge of the property line. It's still not shown on plan. I think we addressed that too. My engineer said that for some reason it's hard for him to draw plants. I don't know, especially in the rain garden area, but he makes like a circles in order to show that on the drawing. Going to the comment F, detail laking PNC will have final say on this. Is regarding the dumpster to be enclosed as per the regulation dumpster path shows. Detail we need to be added to drawing for construction purpose. I believe that is in regards the concrete slab where the dumpster will be parked. And my engineer, Mr. Kona, specify construct 6-inch thick 3000 psi concrete pad on the proposed container location. It shows to me pretty clearly. Comment G, plan should include a planting buffer. Plan to show plants and chart with quantities and type. See item number 3 above. That what I've just explained it is a list of plants to be planted and specify all of the type of plant and quantity on the drawing. Then is all cross out comments, and then the last is the L comment. The silk fence should not be located at the wetland edge, but uphill of it. This can be a condition of approval. Silk fence. I don't have exactly with me the previous plan, the drawing, but in this one I believe is in between the upland. The location of the silk fence. And then, I mean, there was a lot of clarification on the drawing. I don't have that much knowledge on technical specification, but it seems to me that everything that the committee has been asked on those email and comments has been addressed in this last drawing.
Okay. Let's ask the commission if it has any questions, starting with Commissioners.
I'd like to defer questions until the rest of the commissioners have had a chance to ask theirs, please.
Okay. Commissioner Stewart.
Lois, I think that's cheating.
It is cheating, but let's just get on with it.
Okay, well, I don't, the plants, I don't see them sized. And the evergreen trees, I don't see them specified. So there's my comments.
Okay, Commissioner Kendricks.
Yeah, I would need to know how many specifically. That's the only question I have. Everything else is fine from what he's put in, but it doesn't say how many though of the
How many
trees.
what?
How many of the pine trees?
Yeah, okay. Part of it. Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Masteracco?
The flowering dogwoods, are those proposed to be in the rain garden?
That's
Yeah,
correct.
It's generally not a wetland plant. You know, something that's going to take some moist soil under its feet, you know, does like well-drained soil. And then the sizes would be nice. You know, there should be some, maybe you can work this out with Denise or something on this, but these are some details that should be talked about.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay, Commissioner Hall?
I think we're very close here, and as the other commissioners have mentioned, it's a little detail about plant types. So I have no questions to add.
Okay, I have some. First of all, Mr. Rios, I thought I heard you trying to respond to something about the green trees.
Yes, and I have here on the left side of the drawing, it says plant evergreen giant 4 feet tall and 5 feet apart in the quantity of 22 trees.
Where's that on the plan?
On the left side where there is a drain on the street, bottom left.
I see it. I see it. Yeah, it's not even.
And then also there is a landscape architect that we going to use for proper planting, that we been asking for his advice of how to do this, how is the best way to do this.
Okay. So
in the last, there was also a question that I heard about the rain garden. There is a type of plant that is not suitable for rain garden. What I'd like to add is that this rain garden going to be located into a upland. It's not a completely wetland. It's the lower side. It's low, but it's not into the wetland.
this may be planted on the top. So my thing is, what I'm really shocked at is your legend. Your legend has no words on it. That is impressive. So I don't even know where your silt fence is. I'm assuming it's this thing that looks like little accordions or something. I don't know what it's called. But what I do see here is probably excessive amount of silt fence. which I discouraged when. And there's a bunch of other faults with this plan. I mean, planting evergreen 2 feet high, 7 feet apart, that's just out in la-la land. You're not planting these in the street. But I think we can work with it if the rest of the commission is okay with working with it. But I think we're gonna have a lot of conditions here. But if doesn't look like anybody does. Move this over. Don, is there anything else you have to enter for this one?
You're dropping out terribly, Keith. Couldn't hear
Really?
most of what you
Okay. You hear me now?
now, but when you continue to talk, the more you talk, the more it drops out. It's when you,
Okay.
you know,
All right, so I guess like I said, I'll say it again. I think we might be able to work with this if, you know, but there'll probably be some significant amount of conditions on here. Is there anything else from the applicant on this application? Yeah.
my turn.
Oh, that's right. I forgot we said.
I kind of like being at the end.
This is the risk you take. All right, Commissioner Spence.
I think what you were saying was that the legend was not complete. It is kind of, but they're so separate that you can't really tell which is going with which.
Oh, I see now.
Yeah, I took me a few minutes too to look at it. The only problem, Mr. Rios, that I see is that the landscape person, the landscape architect, needs to be kind of employed before you have the planting situation going. Like everybody has mentioned, we don't know what size of the plants are. We don't know where they're supposed to go. And this all really needs to be on the plan before we approve it. As a general rule, there are certain things that we can do an agent, you know, she can work with it and she can work with a lot of it. But there are certain things that usually are on the plan in advance. Your engineer should have known all of this. I'm very surprised that it's taken so many renditions to come back and forth. And I'm really just, I'm just surprised. The other thing that I would like to know is what kind of evergreen trees are being planted in the front. We highly discourage white pine. And so we need to know that it's not going to be a white pine. There's plenty of other options, but we would like to know what they are, what you're planning on doing with it. And those are most of my questions. Same as the other commissioners, the lack of detail on the plantings, size, quantities, and where they're going to be. I mean, we have quantities, but we don't know where they're going to be. And I agree with Mr. Rocco that the dogwood really doesn't belong anywhere near the wetland. It's just not going to make it. So we'll have spending money that's not going to survive on something that's not going to survive. And that's my comment.
Okay, Commissioner Rios, I want to just recap a couple of things for you. You do know that there's going to be a period that you have to show these plants are alive, which is 3 years. So you want to make sure the plants that you plant are going to survive 3 years. So that's important. This, it kind of seems we're nitpicking, but we aren't really, because when we get a set of stamped, I believe they're stamped plans from a professional engineer, there is a certain amount of, I can't even think of the word. Detail, yeah, that we expect, and it is on almost every other plan we see. So there's quite a bit lacking here. But I want to throw out, and you brought up something that you said about a landscape architect, and in my opinion, this is not a big enough project where you have to hire a landscape architect. If you had the plants though properly sized and properly picked, you probably would have just approved that. But that's just my opinion. You know, the commissioner could, you know, their own opinions on that. Is there anything else you'd like to say on this application?
I understand. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I've been exhausting, trying to work with my engineer on trying to specify how much as he can for the commission, for the purpose of the commission, and this is what is basically end up. Now I'm also have the feeling that I'm very, very close for a few specification and location and type of the plant that I understand also is very, very important. And of course, I would like to do it right. Now, considering that the planning and zoning meeting is tomorrow and is probably my last chance to comply with this project, is there a way that this could be a few conditions on this drawing from inland wetlands so I can get approved here?
Mr. Rios, that is an option at deliberation at the end of the meeting. We can't answer that question, yes or no, to you right now. But I can tell you this would have been probably an easy plan to approve had it been properly drawn, or at least, completely drawn. With so we're gonna hopefully be able to do something for you, but I can't answer that question for you right now.
Okay.
Are you gonna poll for opinions? Because this one is a public hearing.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Anybody in the audience, public tonight, that wants to speak in favor of this application? Anybody here tonight want to speak in opposition to this application? Anybody here want to speak about this application of a general nature? All right. Thank you, Mr. Rios.
Thank you, committee.
Hey, anything to read into the record for this?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
Was there anything to be read into the record on this one?
Okay. So I think we left off with. Just double check here. Okay. We left off with Exhibit 7, which was a revised map titled Proposed Drainage. Exhibit 8 was a map depicting the split rail boulder fence. Exhibit 9 was drainage computations. Exhibit 10 was a bond estimate form. Exhibit 11 was response to town engineer comments. Exhibit 12 was a letter to the commission regarding the parking area. Exhibit 13 was a letter granting the time extension. Exhibit 14 was the updated inland wetland agent comments by Denise. Those were the revision date of October 14th, 2020. Exhibit 15 was again updated agent comments by Denise, and the revision date on that was November 4th. And then item 16 was a revised map by HK Associates, and the revision date on that was October 26th. And then Exhibit 17 was updated town engineer comments by Scott Schatzline, and the revision date was November 9th. And that's that.
Great, thank you. All right. NOV discussions done. Well, actually, should I read in that these other applications are tabled? Has that already been stated?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Can't hear me at all?
It's just cutting out.
Cutting out? So much for this new microphone. The IWC 2020-5 and -08, do we read it now that they've been tabled, or is there?
You're asking
Anybody
whether
hear
to
me?
be read it into the minutes because it was on the agenda. Is that what you're
For
saying?
housekeeping? Yes.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Should he read
For
what's
hou-
on the agenda,
no.
even though we've changed the agenda? Those two have been tabled.
Oh, sorry.
I would have been done by
Mr.
now.
Chairman, excuse me, just on the last matter, is the commission continuing the public hearing or closing the public hearing?
Oh, I mean, I guess we're gonna. There's a lot of questions, so. There's a lot of unanswered questions. Okay, so, all right, yeah, I'll do that. Okay, I'll ask individually, starting with Commissioner Spence, for application for 556 Pepper Street, do you feel that we should close the hearing and move on to questions, or should we request additional information?
I'd like to request additional information, but at the same time, I understand the constraints that Mr. Rios is working underneath, that since we have to have our report to P and Z before tomorrow, if he's going to be able to do it. Yeah, my question is for Denise then. Do you think that you could handle the rest of what is open? Considering what we discussed at this meeting, would you be able to handle the specifics as a conditions of approval? Thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
I think if we make them conditions of approval, they're going to have to submit some maps before they are allowed. They have a pre-construction meeting before they could start the work or continue the work, whatever. That's when those things have to get addressed.
But that needs to be entered into the hearing, does it not? That's new information. If they're submitting new maps and stuff?
No. The maps is normally, the maps we get is what's the conditions being met. So if we say a condition is that we require the plants to have size, quantity, location shown, that's a condition. So when I get the map as part of the ROA process, that would have to be on it. So we would want to be very specific in our conditions of approval to make sure that we get what the questions all of the commissioners were.
Okay.
Commissioner Stewart, same question.
Makes sense, I hope.
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
A lot of conditions.
Yeah, I think we do conditions and close the public hearing.
Thank you. Commissioner Gingrich.
I agree.
Commissioner Massaraco.
I agree.
Commissioner
It's
Hall.
all fresh in our minds, Let's just do it.
I echo Commissioner Stewart's comment.
All right, thank you. So we could make a motion to move this to deliberations? Someone?
I think all we have to do is close the hearing.
Close the hearing? Okay.
Make a motion to close the hearing then.
So
A
moved.
formal motion.
We got a motion from Commissioner Spence to close the hearing. Go second. Second by Commissioner Gingrich. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, motion passed. Moving along. So back to the other question. I'm just gonna do it anyways. It'll be quicker. IWC 2020-05, 195, 201, and 211 Main Street has been tabled. IWC 2020-08, 169 Enterprise Drive, that is also. Enforcement, NOV discussions, none. Remediation submissions, none. IWR 2020-02, 224 Guinea Road, also tabled. Application hearing determinations, IWC 2020-09, 200 Monroe Turnpike, expansion parking lot, lighting, and landscape. Someone here,
Well, no, this is an application determination. This is by Aquarian, and they're looking to do an expansion of their parking lot lighting and landscaping. So you're just determining whether this is a public hearing or a regular review.
so,
Thank you, committee.
yeah, Mr. Rios, we're all set.
Thank you, committee.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good night.
Anybody, let's go through, starting with Commissioner Spence. Any application for Aquarian Water Company? Thoughts?
I move that we bring this to a regular hearing and that the, it does not appear to have a significant impact.
I second that.
Again, from Commissioner Hall.
Yes.
Okay, any other comments, or do you want to move right to a vote? All right, so all in favor of that motion? Aye.
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 Move it to a regular meeting, regular application. All right, other IWC 2019-055 Bridge Street changes to split rail fence.
Sorry, I couldn't get my mic on.
Sorry.
So this is an approved application, and we do have a drawing, which we could probably put up. The current homeowner is in the process of building the house and following the plans, and they had a question about the split rail fence. Currently, the split rail fence is at the top of the slope and then does a 90-degree turn. They would like to know whether they could delete the 90-degree turn or continue it a little bit further along the toe slope. The reason that made a 90-degree turn, based on the research that I did, is at one point that was good. They had come forward to have a 2-lot subdivision, and the proposed property line would have made that fence want to turn the 90 degrees. But if they own the whole land up to Route 34, they would like to be able to not have a fence in the middle of their property. But being a change from what had been approved, that's why we're in front of you. So this, what's currently on the screen is a 2-lot subdivision. So lot 2 is the lot right now that's under construction. Lot 3 is, the area of lot 3 is actually part of lot 2. So if you go to the next drawing, Donna, if you just see where that property line, where it's split lot 2 and 3.
The next, I don't have a next drawing.
There should be another drawing underneath there. You have to open it separately. Where they're
Okay.
not, okay.
No.
Yeah, open the top one, the JPEG one. It's actually a drawing.
My
Okay.
computer does not like that.
Okay.
Hold on.
Denise, is there any way you could explain it on the one that, on the plan that we
Can
can
people
see?
see my screen, where my photo was?
Okay, if we could close the phone, the
Wait,
screen here
it's up to me. It's
It-
up.
it's up. There we go. Perfect.
now.
So you see how there's the fence goes along the
Oh,
back with all the
that's it.
planting? The plant goes along the back with all the plants, and the fence continues that 90-degree going towards the front. So they would like to eliminate that
Yeah.
portion of the split rail fence. And the fact that it was in the upland review area, that's why we're here discussing it.
Do we know that he's definitely not going to continue with the subdivision? I remember this one.
This person owns the entire land. He does not plan on, I mean, he built the house where it was. If he had, had really thought about it, he said he would have moved the house more into the middle of the lot.
I see, okay. Yeah,
So-
that makes sense to me.
So he'd either
Or-
like to, extend it a little bit further in the field, or just completely eliminate that bend.
There was,
Hopefully.
at the top of the slope, so, I mean, I guess we could offer him to continue it down the top of the slope.
What, that was his
Safety-
first, yeah,
It's a safety issue. I
yeah.
don't know how
that
steep
was one of
that's,
his
I
first
can't tell how
concerns.
steep that slope is, but it is pretty close. So if you want to continue along that same, about 156, I would have no problem with that. That's my suggestion.
So just have him continue it straight to the property board, to the Route 111 or 34?
I don't think he plans on going all the way, but just at least continue it a little
You can-
further.
If you can move the map, down so we can see that area.
That way?
So yeah, that way, a little more. Or actually zoom out a little bit. Is that lot, Denise, has that lot been cleared? The other lot, has it been cleared?
No, what you're seeing is they had done the test pits for the test and perk, my gosh, the
Yeah.
test pits and the perks for when they were doing the second lot. But that was, I don't know if it was denied or just withdrawn, but
I would say you could extend it as far down the 156, 158 line that he would like for
Okay.
up to him. For safety purposes.
right. He is a young person, and he says, they have young children around, so was part of the concern.
Well, that realistically then,
But he
why
doesn't
couldn't we
want
just give
to
him
close it.
well, why don't we
Okay.
just allow him to anything above 158, he can make any actually after that, not before that 90-degree turn, but after that 90-degree turn, any changes he wants to do stays above 156, 158, something like that.
Okay.
And I don't know about this leg over here, which would have been the shared driveway. I can't tell if that was silt fence or that was an easement. I'm sorry, not silt fence, split rail fence or an easement. This would be on the south side, the south leg coming back to Bridge Street.
Oh, coming around? I think that might
That
be,
was gonna be the driveway for the other property. That was
Yeah.
originally.
That could be eliminated too,
Yeah.
because there's no longer rear driveway easement, right?
it doesn't really make sense anymore, so that's why.
Yeah, it's up to him. I think we should leave it up
Okay.
to him. Anything he wants to do above 158, that's my suggestion. Anybody else want to comment on this?
I just agree with you. You're right. It's easy.
Thank you. All right.
Okay.
All right, you want to just,
We have one more.
well, no, I'm saying that,
Oh.
I mean, I just said something. I don't want to be like the authoritative or controlling person. So, I just agree to it. Everybody agree? So we can just move on?
Yes.
Or just go with it? All right. On to IWC 2018-75 Moose Hill Road. Field changes done during construction.
Okay, so that one I need the map up again. They have come forward for a CO on the property. they submitted an as-built. When I went out there, they made some changes. The plantings that had been approved by the town, by the commission were in. However, they're on a slope going down. There were supposed to be 3 areas of what were the 1 foot deep nitrogen like area for the water to seep in. Those aren't there, and they put a whole hedge of arborvitaes. So we need to zoom in a little bit down towards the behind the house, just north of the house. Yep.
I remember this.
Okay, so you could see there's the areas that are kind of hatched. There, you see the circles, and then there's an area to the right that looks like an oval with hatch through it. There's
Yeah.
another one behind the plants. Yeah, right where
Yeah.
your cursor is, Donna. That's one of them. That is not in, nor is the other long one that's to the left of that.
Okay.
But right in front of where Donna just had the cursor, there's a row of evergreens.
Okay.
Yep, right there. That right there going along. They put a whole row of evergreens. Yep, perfect,
Okay.
Donna. That whole area. So
All right.
these were changes that we didn't know about. I'm bringing it up to the commission to get your input. This was an approval you did. It's before I came in. So there obviously was some sort of reasoning for the thought of how this was done.
Denise, quickly, everything else on the site is acceptable. I see red over the black. It's not necessarily the same exact spot, but everything else has been approved.
Well, they put they added some little walls that are in the upland review area, but truthfully, it's better than the grade that was there. So they have a break in grade. There's a wall that comes off right behind where the S is in the house, and then they have another one on the side. I mean, they're just a stone wall, maybe 18 inches
okay.
high. It's kind of to hold some grade back to give them a little bit more of a flat area right behind the house.
Gotcha. Okay.
But I was
So-
more into the fact that the planting in that whole back area had changed
Yep.
a little more severe.
Just checking to see how everything else was complying.
Yep.
So I even see the driveway's a different configuration.
They are, yeah, the driveway actually is being redone because not only was it not done in accordance with the plan, but it doesn't follow code. It's greater than 12%. So when I
Oh.
was out there, they were ripping up the driveway and looked like they were redoing some grading.
That's why you should always stick to the plan. Stick to the
Yes.
plan. All right, and that being said, commissioners, so I remember this application. You know, this is where we decided we were gonna be a hard line or not. I mean, we approved the plan. These people have the plan. Clearly by their other actions, they like to override the plans. What do we all think on this one? Commissioner Spence, you first.
Can we zoom in a little bit more on the areas that you said did not happen? I'm not sure what that white oval is. I do not remember this, so,
Yeah, I guess.
that area, I just would like to zoom in a little bit more on it, please. So what is that supposed to be like a little rain garden or something?
It's supposed to be like an infiltration trench. It said it's a nitrogen my mitigation area, and it said 1 foot depth mulch filled depression for nitrogen mitigation, and there's 2 of them.
That's interesting. Geez, I don't remember this at all.
Actually, Commissioner Spence, while you're trying to remember, Denise, are all the other plantings on the plan in, or did they do a substitution?
No,
'Cause it
the
looks like,
all. Go ahead, Keith.
because it looks like on the left, they're all there, just slightly, whatever, in a different spot.
Correct.
And then
Correct.
to the right, I see this hedge, and then there's the circles, but I don't, of what was proposed, I don't see the red ones unless it's all mixed up in the.
They
map.
are all
So-
mixed up. So they put the hedge. So the five circles on the front, and I can't tell you from here what they were supposed to be. They're there, but they're behind the hedge and they're down on the slope.
Okay, so all they did was add extra planting.
So, and they
So,
also,
and
they
that-
kind
I'm
of
sorry,
burned, they
plants.
burned that area up for those arborvitaes, and they have a PVC pipe that they went through the berm so that water would drain and go through the berm and down the slope, which
Oh, gosh. Oh, wow. All right.
That doesn't sound
Um,
good.
I probably
they
should have put
burned
this photo on here, but I didn't think of it. I'm sorry.
So they bermed it just to make them higher?
They bermed it and put the trees on the berm. And then there's the black
now-
PVC.
With the berm in place, does it allow them to still do the grading and excavate or create the swale, so to speak, or the depression? Can they still build the depression with the berm where it is?
Well, the thing is, all those plants are planted downslope. You know, you see how we had a mix of seed and you had plants a little bit more closer to the infiltration or the leaching trench, and it was a flatter area. So it's grass to the hedge that's been bermed up, and then everything is downslope of it.
So there's not even supposed to be grass there.
Yeah, well,
There's a grass line that goes right to the square boxes, right? That was the grass line, right? Edge of the
yeah,
lawn.
because there was the
So
New
they-
England Conservation Wildlife mix.
So they went, so they pushed that back to their berm.
So the
And the
grass goes
berm-
right to the hedge. Yep.
Yeah, and so the berm itself is keeping the depression from being made because it's backside of that slope, right?
Correct.
Wow, that's a
That's
big
why I'm
ignorance.
that's why
That's
I'm
a lot
asking.
that's a lot of ignorance.
That's why I'm asking you. This is not an easy thing. I mean, this, and there's a CO and the
There-
sign said it was on deposit. So I have a feeling they're going to be pushing forward soon.
Well, in my opinion, Russ, we wouldn't be able to have that happen again, please. In my opinion, this is a tough one. You know, these people come in for plans and they're not even making an attempt. I can understand being off a little bit. You know, they didn't quite, in the field, lay it out just properly. But this looks like a blatant disregard for what's on the plan.
And if they had talked to us, that would have
course, that
been,
too.
there was some conversation, instead of me seeing this for the first time on an A2, like, whoa.
Yeah. I'm in the opinion that they build it according to plans.
What's your opinion?
Anybody? My opinion is they build it according to the plans.
Oh, according to plans, yeah.
What about
Everybody
the
else,
hedges?
its hedge is not on the plan.
Okay, I want to make sure that
I mean,
I'm
they
clear
can-
on this.
Okay, I don't have a problem with them planting extra trees in that area, at least me personally. But everything else has to be built properly. So you fit them in after, or if you want to push those wetlands plantings forward, so you could put a hedge behind it for screening, fine. Make it bigger. But anything they do outside the plan should at least walked into your office and discussed it. Commissioner Spence, your thoughts.
I do say that, you said it's lawn all the way up to the berm? Is that?
Yes.
Okay, so they've extended the lawn further than it was supposed to be. It was supposed to be more of a conservation area as a buffer to the wetland and with some area between the lawn and the wetland. It seems to me, I'm in agreement with Keith. I think we should be consistent. And if this is not according to what the plan is and there was no effort made to work it out with in any other respect. So I'm not sure what the right process would be, but I think we need to pursue it further.
All right, Commissioner Stewart.
I mean, I agree with everything I've heard. The only thing I'd hate for the people to lose a sale. Is there a way that a bond can be set or an additional bond and held so that the CEO could go through and we can guarantee this work gets done in the spring?
Well,
Yeah,
they haven't
Commissioner-
asked for a bond back. This is just the CO right now.
How
And
much
so
is the
what's
bond?
I don't know
Denise,
what
how
the,
much
I
is
don't
the
know
bond?
how much.
Commissioner Stewart, would you like to propose a bond amount to be held on this?
Well, how much bond do we have? We still have the original bond?
Well, we don't know that. We're not sure, but again, we could state whatever we want at this point.
Let me see if I
They
can
want to-
find it.
If they want, you could suggest anything at this moment, Jim.
Denise, are they looking to get their CO?
Yes, they're looking to get their CO.
So the decision that the Inland Wetland Commission makes could hold up them getting issued their CO.
Correct. I will not be signing off until I get back.
I mean,
Just be
normally-
aware of that.
Normally, all the wetlands work has to be done before the CO is given.
That's part of the approval, yes. In our decision, when they go in front for CO, typically all the work is done and they provide us with an as-built, which is what they did with the red line. So you could see what's been done versus what hasn't, where things may have been adjusted. And then we make sure that it followed what the approval was.
I guess depending on how much the
$16,000 bond. I'm sorry, I found it. 16,000 is what we have.
16?
That's plenty.
16,000 bond must be posted along with the execution and signing of a bond agreement. That's in our original approval.
I'm sorry, I missed that. 16, 1/6?
1/6, yes.
Oh, I think that's ample. I think that we let them move on and we hold the bond until it's done. Or they come back and get it modified.
I
Sounds good
think
to
we've
me.
had problems with this concept before because the new owner is not the person that put up the bond. The person
Right.
that built the house is the person that put up the bond. So the new
Lois,
owner is still not inclined to follow through.
No, the
What about-
Lois, the builder would do it. Builder would do it to get his $16,000 back. And if we should, let me ask you a question, or if you have a bond like this, in order to give the contractor CO to sell the house, how long do they have to complete the project before we're legally allowed to put the work out to bid? Anybody?
I don't understand that question.
So if someone bonds something to get done, technically the bond money could be spent on somebody else that will do it, correct? Or am I off on that? Barbara, maybe you have any ideas?
I'm sorry,
Let's say-
Mr. Chairman, I'm a
okay.
little confused about what
Okay,
you're
let's-
asking.
Let's look at it this way. Let's say the builder, after in the springtime, goes, you know what? I'm not going to do it. What happens now?
Yeah, I'm sorry you're going in and out a little bit.
I'll try again.
Keith, are you basically asking if they can use the bond to complete the work? If the town can, that's why we hold a bond, is so that.
Yeah.
Correct.
Let's say the builder says, keep my money, I'm not going to do it. It releases the $16,000 to them. You hear the question?
Very rarely do they, I don't know how often the town calls the bond, quite frankly.
But if he refuses to do it, he just refuses to flat out doesn't do it. How much time do we give him? Like, is there a statute you have?
That's why you have the bond. If the work isn't done, the town can call the bond.
Oh, so what time, how long does it take normally for that to happen?
Well, what are the requirements? What does the approval say? What does the bond say?
Yeah, when
Depends what the
permits
obligation
expire.
is.
When the permit expires, then if it's not done and they don't come in, then you have the right to deal with it.
I mean, I still think $16,000. I don't think that's more than $16,000 worth of work. So I don't see the guy not doing it.
And the buyer and the seller's attorneys will get together and they'll figure it out. Either they'll walk or they'll deal with it.
Now, isn't there something as a conditional bond? I mean, I've heard that thrown around where you give it, or not a conditional bond, a conditional CO where you give a CO, but it's based on,
Yeah, but you really
there are
can't get a,
some
you
of
can't
them-
get a mortgage
Oh, let
with
Barbara's gonna answer that for us, I think. Hopefully.
I mean, I actually have seen that in another situation with, I believe, P&Z, where there were conditions placed on the CO.
Okay. I think we can move on to the other commissioners. Commissioner Gingras, any ideas?
Same thing. I wouldn't release the bond until they finish the work.
Commissioner Massaraco?
I agree with that.
Commissioner Hall?
Not being familiar with the site and some of the details you're discussing here with the bond, I'll defer.
Well, this
I'll go-
isn't about releasing the bond. This is about whether or not Denise can sign off on the CO, right?
Yes,
Is that it correct,
What was
Denise?
this?
that is correct.
Don't
Okay,
sign off on the CO until the work is done.
All right, so do we make a motion on this one, or we just come to a conclusion?
I think just, this is discussion, so it's probably just a conclusion.
Well, my suggestion is that they build it according to plans or approved changes. That's it. I mean, they don't have to have the plan exactly in the same spot, but close enough where it resembles what was proposed. They don't like it, they should hire a different engineer.
Seems
Yeah, but
fair
I
enough.
think we're getting what we want. It's just gonna take a little longer. You know, if they've got a buyer.
Well, I don't think you should hold them.
I'm trying to be a nicer, more friendly WPCA and still get what we want. And in this case, they'll learn their lesson because they'll be holding up and the buyer's not gonna be happy because he's not getting the right thing, but we're not telling him he can't sell a house.
The
I'll
guy's
tell you,
ripping up his driveway.
I did a CO the other day and the people have been living there for a month. So
It's not gonna hold up the CO. It's not gonna hold up the people.
their
Should hold
people
up
are
the
gonna
sale.
move in even if they didn't have one, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think it should hold up the sale.
The new people are gonna move in?
I was at another property and new people had been living there for a month and I was there to do an inspection for a CO that, that was just put in front of us.
If they're getting a mortgage and they don't have a CO, you're not getting a mortgage and you're not buying a house normally. I mean, unless you
Yeah,
got cash
don't
on the
know.
hand. Yeah.
Well, again, I don't think CO. It's bonded. So we have that in our corner, on our side, so to speak. But, the guy's ripping up his driveway. This is obviously the mindset of this developer, so she shouldn't be surprised. If we all agree with what I said, then we can move on. If not, someone could come up with something else.
Could you restate what it is that you were saying? Just so we can,
The area in question needs to be constructed as planned unless there's approved changes.
works for me.
I agree.
All agree?
Agree.
Agree.
All right. We're all set.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Move along. Okay. Deliberations on completed hearings. All right, so we'll start with
Whitetail Drive.
Whitetail Drive, IWC 2020. Someone like to make a motion? Anyone like to make a motion?
Motion to approve?
A motion to approve from Commissioner Hall,
Second.
second from Commissioner. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, that's how we get it done. Now to,
Standard conditions on that? Do you need markers?
It's all
They
on
already
here.
have the markers and stuff from the original subdivision, Donna.
Okay, and no other items or anything?
No, it looks like they've covered all the bases.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you. Now we're back to IWC 2020-0456 Pepper Street. Someone like to make a motion with a whole bunch of conditions, I'm sure.
Anybody?
Anybody? Anybody could start it. We can always adjust it.
Which application is this now?
556
Street.
Pepper Street. Parking area with a rain garden, terrible plans. And I know
I'm still looking.
Jim would never draw plans like this.
Okay, motion to approve with conditions. Okay. And Lois won't like this, but the plants shall be sized as approved by the staff. Evergreen trees shall be as approved by the staff, except not white pines. The plan shall be appropriately stamped by the professional engineer. Any other recommendations from the commission?
I think we're gonna, just for housekeeping purposes, they have to get the evergreen thing in the right spot, so that it could be on file properly. And then the size, we could redline the size of the plants. I guess really the same stuff. And then I would like to see the silt fence to stop at where it says perk. Around there. So see where it says test hole, that linearly from Pepper Street, test hole perk.
Yep.
Silt fence stops there. There's no need to put the silt fence in. There's no
Right.
activity over there.
Just please make it clear, Commissioner Stewart, it's your motion.
Yes, I'll add
So it
those
should be
items.
clear if you are adding something to your motion. And then it can be seconded and there can be discussion.
Yeah, I'll add those items to my motion.
Any other
Clearly.
thing? Any other comments or conditions from any of the other they'd like to add to this motion?
I would just like to,
Oh, don't
maybe
forget
this
about wetlands markers.
wetlands markers, to be
Right, we got that.
wiped out by staff.
We'll make all the adjustments. Commissioner Spence.
I was going to say that since we have a landscape person in our commission, that if Denise is uncomfortable with sizes or placements, that maybe she could confer with him and he could help her. And that would be Ross.
Thank you. I thought that's who you're talking about.
All right, Commissioner Ross, before we close this, if you could actually think of what you would do now would be helpful. And
I'm
probably
thinking,
easier for you.
I'm thinking 4 to 5 foot, say green giants. Obviously, those would be listed on that with all the other plant material. I don't know where the dogwoods are gonna go, but if that's the low spot of that corner of the property, and it could get wet there from time to time, like it's intended to be. It may be a substitution there for the
What would you like
dogwoods.
to see?
I don't know. I didn't put much thought to that.
Come on, Ross, you're a landscape professional.
The pepper bush, I'm thinking 3 gallons. The switchgrass is probably, I don't think you're gonna get them any bigger than a gallon. And there was a fourth plant too, right? The ferns, yeah, those are gonna be 1 gallon or less, It all depends on, where the dogwoods are supposed to go. Are they gonna be up high? Are they gonna be down in that little hole? It all depends.
Specify up high. We can specify up high.
All right,
Dogwoods
so
on
if they're
top
up
of the
high,
berm.
then they might be okay up there. Dogwoods, they flower, they're pretty, they don't get huge.
Better
Maybe,
remember all this.
maybe, all right, so maybe substitute the flowering dogwood for Akusa dogwood, Japanese dogwood.
For what?
Akusa dogwood.
Thank you.
Who's little-
Okay, I'm gonna amend my motion to include all
Okay,
the specifications by Ross.
Okay. Commissioner Inglis, anything, conditions you want to add to this app? Nothing? Commissioner
How about
Hall?
size of the dogwood?
Nothing left to add.
Okay, Ross, go ahead. What size you?
What
All right,
size
so
of
maybe,
the rain garden?
so the dogwoods, the Akusa dogwoods may be 1-inch caliber.
Okay.
1-inch caliper Kusas, hold on.
All right, so you ready to review this, Commissioner?
Can I ask, Ross, are they native?
They are, they're, they do very well around here, much better than the flowering dogwoods. They don't have all the disease problems that the flowering dogwoods have. Very, very hardy plant. They
Yeah.
provide fruit that you and I could eat.
Kusa, Lois, that's an Indian word.
Who's
Oh,
Japanese?
Change. Japanese.
Okay, guys, I know we haven't done this in a while, but normally you would do a draft motion and approve it at the next meeting. If you're doing this, do you want all the other standard conditions, including 3-year monitoring?
Yes, standard conditions.
Plus 3-year monitoring. All right. Commissioner Stewart, are you ready to spell that out one more time so we could, second?
No, I think that's, we covered it.
I just don't know if that's too vague to actually type out. I'm just asking, do we have to?
Yeah. Denise, do you want to
I think it would be better, if Commissioner Stewart could restate his motion so that it is
Sorry.
clear. Sorry, but we want
Okay, I move that, we approve the application for 556 Pepper Street with 4-foot green giant evergreen bushes.
4 to 5. 4 to 5 foot.
4 to 5, 1 gallon switchbacks, 4 to 5 foot Kusa dogwoods.
No, 1-inch caliper dogwoods.
Oh, 1-inch caliper Kusa dogwoods, 1 gallon ferns, sweet ferns, and 1 gallon pepper bushes.
3 gallon.
3 gallon pepper bushes. The extension of the silt fence to the test pit. And
The signs, right? Where they were gonna do wetland markers.
No white pines.
no white pine. Well, we specified the trees. So the wetlands marker space at 75 feet.
Yep.
It used to be 50 feet. I don't know when it became 75, but it was 50 feet plus angle point.
I'll have to
Yes.
look at the detail because I think the detail says 75.
I just saw an old one today that said 52. So
Oh,
Well, I mean, we're having them put them along the whole silt fence, right?
yeah.
So that's a long way. 75 is enough.
Okay.
Wait, we're having him go along the silt fence. Well, right now the silt fence to where the silt fence ends right now by the word perk.
Well, that's. Have it
Because
go along
otherwise
the
you're
whole.
going all the way across his property.
Let me make an adjustment. May suggest an adjustment. Along the whole wetlands line. 75, every 75 feet along the entire wetlands line.
Okay.
Regardless of where the silt fence is. Silt fence.
Yes.
And the evergreens, we said there were gonna be green giants, right?
Yep.
Okay.
And there was there something else?
That's it.
Oh, the dogwoods on the top of the berm, right?
Stamp drawings.
Yeah, stamp drawings. And dog, Cruces on the top of the berm.
Okay.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner Stewart. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Massaraco. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, will somebody read back that just to make sure that we got it straight?
You would like me to read it back?
If you have it, if you have it.
Okay, so approved with conditions.
Oh.
4 to 5 foot green giant trees. Substitution for the flowering dogwood, replace it with the 1-inch caliper Coosa dogwood to be placed on the top of the berm. 3-year monitoring for the plantings. 1 gallon switchback, 1 gallon sweet ferns, 3 gallon pepper bushes. Inlet wetland markers every 75 feet along the wetlands limit. Stamped drawings.
And the silt fence.
And the
Awesome.
silt, yep, silt fence to be stopped by the word perk. I will figure that, a better wording for that.
Yeah.
What did you say?
1 gallon switchback?
It's switch grass.
Switchgrass.
I wrote switchback, sorry.
Okay, and then although it wasn't stated, the rest of the general conditions.
Correct,
So I assume that's implied.
yes.
Okay. All right, so are we good? Barbara, does that sound like that is gonna work?
Yeah, maybe just because you added the general conditions, just again, to make the record clear, I would restate the motion. I would do it again with the motion, adding the general conditions. So that's clearly part of what.
Can I just amend my motion?
Could we make a motion to amend the motion? All right, let's give it a
Yes.
shot again.
Yeah, I'm gonna amend my motion to include the general conditions.
Someone want to make a motion to amend your motion, I guess.
A motion to amend my motion? Is that what you
Yes.
want?
Yes.
Oh, my Lord. So,
Yes, please.
So that's fine. He's amending, it's being amended. Commissioner Stewart has amended it. He's making a motion, a new motion with all of the conditions restated, adding the general conditions, correct?
correct.
Correct.
Okay,
So we have a
now someone needs to second it and it needs to be voted on.
So second that motion, seconded by Commissioner Spence. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. All right. Good. Now we are deliberations. So we're done with deliberations, correct? Bond release, reduction reports, none. Time extensions, none. IWC agent activity report. Agent approvals, IA 2020-25, 115 Bart Road. Needs to finish these.
115 Bart Road, it's for the installation of a shed in the upland review area. Item 13, permitted uses as of right. We have IPU 2018-01, Department of Public Works, which is road repair, replacement, and or general maintenance. We have an IPU 2020-19, which is 31 Beech Tree Lane, which is erosion and control measures due to storm cleanup.
Thank you. Enforcement deliberation. We don't have any of that. Completed items, deliberation on completed remediation submissions done, completed items for this agenda. We already did all that, right? Administrative review, enforcement issues, none, status updates. I think general discussion, other 2021 wetlands meeting schedule vote. seen the new schedule? You all have a draft of the new schedule?
We have to choose whether we want the 14th or 28th and the 11th
Yes.
or 25th of August.
Just want to make sure everybody has it in front of them. So we can, right? Good.
Mhm.
All right, so as far as July goes, we have two options, second or the second week or the fourth week.
Second week
Anybody
on
have-
both. Let's
I
do
like-
second week on both of them.
Second week.
Everybody go with the second week?
I prefer the 4th, but I can deal.
Okay.
The fourth week.
All right, I'm flexible. I don't care. Fourth week then.
For Lois, whatever she wants.
All right, who wants July 14th? Raise your hand. Oh, I don't. No one. July 28th. We're all good with July 28th? Okay, July 28th. August 11th? Anyone? August 25th.
It off.
August
August-
25th? All right. August 25th it is. Anybody have any problems with any of the other dates? Anybody see anything that could be a problem?
I make a motion that we pass the rest of the scheduled meetings that are listed.
We have a motion by Commissioner Gingras to accept the inland wetlands meeting dates for 2021. You have a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes with July 28th and August 25th. All right. Minutes of October 2020 and October 28th.
We have to do one at a time. October 14th, I move to approve as drafted.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Spence to October
Second.
14th minutes as drafted, second by Commissioner Gingras. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. October 28th minutes.
I don't know if I have the amended one. I don't have anything in front of me. Somebody else is going to, either we have to put this off or somebody else is going to have to do it.
Just early table it. We could table the October 28th minutes, okay?
Thank you.
All right, regulation amendment committee. Who is that?
I have nothing at this time, but I'm not coming up with, but I have some ideas that I'm going to bring up to the commission at a time when we're not too busy.
And I have an idea as well. Yeah. Okay, public outreach committee,
Nothing.
nothing. Correspondence. We're not going to adjourn yet. What about these pending items? Donna, the pending items on here? Anything happening with
Oh,
those?
no, you don't need to do anything. Those are just marker holders.
Okay, all right. So switch it back to IWC 2020-03R, 64 Cambridge for independent site development and restoration. we are going to first, for the record only, because we all heard this, we're gonna restate stated last meeting last week. We will start with Russ D'Arienzo. He's here, right? Russ, we'd like you to, just for the record, I think, and correct if I'm wrong, any pictures, photos are already on the record, so we don't need to re-see any of that, right? Barbara? Okay,
I have a question for
No,
Barbara.
I don't think that's necessary unless the presenter feels it's necessary.
All right, Russ, question you said, Russ?
Barbara,
Say your name first, start your name for the record.
Russ Dorenzo Arcadis. I've been retained as a consultant for the commission. Barbara, since the last meeting, I've done more research and I've come up with, I've pretty much have a better handle on what's going on out there. Can I present that tonight or should I wait and just redo what I did?
I think it would be helpful for you to present what you have to this point.
Okay. So if
So
we
just to
could
confirm, Barbara, you're gonna include what he had to say last meeting with what he has now. It's all gonna be together?
Correct. I think that would be the best way to streamline and,
Okay.
unless you feel
I'm fine with
differently, Mr. Chairman.
I'm fine with that. Go ahead, Russ.
Donna, could we share my screen? You see it? Everybody could see that?
Yes.
Okay. My name is Russ Dorenzo. I am a associate vice president of Arcadis and a principal geologist. And I'm going to go through the hydrogeology of the site plus what I think the commission should be looking at and focusing on. And looking at all these public hearings, and believe me, over the past week, I've watched more of your public hearings than I care to, but I've watched some of them 3 times, so I have a thorough understanding of what's going on. And I know the commission gets pulled in many directions, especially in these contentious applications. I want to remind the commission that you're not supposed to be experts. The state of Connecticut decided that wetland commissions are made up of the community, and you don't need to be an expert. And you don't need to understand every detail there is. What you need to do is listen to the experts and the attorneys and decide for yourselves what makes the most sense for you. Nobody should be making your decision for you. And that's why you're on the commission. You volunteered to, and I hear you all tonight. It's amazing what we do as wetland commissioners, and the time we give and what we give to our community. And we don't get a hell of a lot of credit for it, but we get some. So this is a quarry, which was not an approved quarry. The wetland enforcement officer corrected Bill Kinney in his report, and Kevin Soley agreed that it was never approved as a quarry. It was approved as a 2-building division in 2006. Wetlands didn't get involved because nothing was within 50 feet. However, they built this quarry, and we have this wetland here called wetland number 2, which is, I have to use the same terms, toast. By toast, I mean that it no longer functions as a vernal pool as a wetland because its hydrology has been taken away. Half of the hydrology, about 5 acres, was cut as part of this quarry. Over here, we have wetland 1. There's no issues over here with what went on, but pay attention to what Bill Kenny said about a vernal pool in wetland 1, where the levels of water in that vernal pool were higher in 2020 than they were in 2014. And there's fish getting in there and other species which are not allowing it to continue ecologically as a vernal pool. And Mr. Kinney said in his own report, he's the applicant's representative for the wetland side, accounts that for possibly being from the dewatering of this water area here from the quarry into a stormwater basin, which is probably drowning out these wetlands. So we need to look at that, and I'll go on further on that. The proposal is to build a building, 2,300 square feet, septic system, 10 parking spaces. I don't see any problem with that, but it is to fill this area, and the application is to fill the area solely to bring it back to what it was so that this wetland functions as it once did. And they want 10 years to do it. They want to do it in stages. Problem with that is if I read your wetland regulations correctly, and Barbara could correct me, you can only give a permit for not less than 2 years, no more than 5 years, unless it's a subdivision where it's 5 years, and you can't give extensions more than up to 10 years. So personally, I don't think you could do that, but Barbara could chime in on that later on. Vernal Pool 2 is not only toast because of it's lost a part of its watershed, but something went on here. You see this right here? And there's boards here like a bridge. And if there's a bigger picture, and I don't have it, but George Logan had it, where it shows like some kind of this disturbance you see here goes all the way up the hill. So I believe this disturbance cut off this wetland, which used to go north to Pine Swamp. There's wetland 3 over here, which used to in 2014 was a deep vernal pool, is now toast, meaning it's not even there anymore. I don't believe that has anything with the activity that went on here. Something went on here. So just so we're all straight on the facts. So the watershed is over here. We have a wetland which is tied directly to the overburden aquifer. That's the aquifer that's in soil. That's why it's there. It's an expression of groundwater. Up here, these 2 vernal pools are not tied to the aquifer. I'm sorry, my bird's singing because it's 9 o'clock. So these have a very different hydrology than these do. The bedrock aquifer in the quarry is not tied to the bedrock aquifer that's under here. The groundwater in this aquifer is 25 feet higher than the bedrock aquifer here. What's the bottom line? Bottom line is the proposal is to pump water up into wetland number 2, bring it back to life by hydrating it. I can find nothing in the application, and I've looked, and there's 700 and something pages of an engineering report, which tells me how they're going to do that. So here are my questions. Are they going to put a sump in and then pump it up, or pump like they're pumping now right out of the plastic tubes right into a basin? I know they say they will discharge into a basin over here, and it will funnel into here. The bottom line is there's not enough known about the hydrology of this vernal pool to understand how it functioned. We don't know what its porosity is. In other words, how quickly will water dissipate when it's in that vernal pool? We don't know that. What are we going to do? We're going to pump it and flood it? When are we going to pump it? Everybody in the environmental community will agree that vernal pools are very sensitive environmental systems. They're not just areas that are depressions that are flood zones, and you just flood them and the frogs and the fairy shrimp come back. They have a very special hydrology. And that's why we're so up on it since I think about 2010. on protecting them. Many towns have 150-foot buffers or 500-foot buffers around vernal pools. Why? Because it's not the vernal pool itself, it's the ecological system all around it that matters. And all these bugs and birds and everything that lived in here has totally lost its ecological value on the west side. Totally lost, gone, toast. It's not Thanksgiving dinner by any means. It's gone. They probably all have gone into this vernal pool, which luckily is a more important wetland because it's the headwaters of a stream, which turns into a river, and that's getting all its water from this side, the east side. So this vernal pool, the plan is we want to fill this, because the plan isn't we want to fill this. The plan is we want to fill this to remediate this. And I put a chance of that happening at 30%. I think anybody in their right mind would give it a 50-50. There's feasible and prudent alternatives. This is a great place to have a new wetland system that's tied to the overburden aquifer. Much better chance of succeeding. I'm not in favor of any dewatering. I did talk to DEP. So let's go to my where your jurisdiction is and where your jurisdiction isn't. And a friend of mine who listened to this told me I shouldn't be giving legal advice. So I'm not giving legal advice. I want to make it clear that what I'm giving you are court decisions that are precedent. And wetland commissions have to listen to that precedent because that becomes the regulation. In fact, it's so important that on the DEEP website, they have court cases from 2012 to 2018. Unfortunately, it hasn't been upgraded to 2020, where court cases regarding wetlands are on there for wetland commissioners to read because it'll help guide you in your decisions. Solid waste coming in. The intervener has focused on stuff coming in that shouldn't be coming in, and how the Wetland Commission has the authority to say that they can't fill it with that material. Nobody could fill it with that material. Connecticut state law says you can't fill anything unless it's clean fill or natural fill. Clean fill could be fill that's construction debris, demolition debris that is processed. In order to accept demolition debris and process demolition debris, you need a permit, not from the Wetland Commission, but from DEEP. Jane Warren, who is a very respected environmental attorney in Connecticut, it's stated on the record, not Russ Lorenzo, but Jane Warren, that the Wetland Commission has no jurisdiction over solid waste matters. That's a deep matter. I totally agree with Jane on that. I do agree, but this gets confusing. I agree. If somebody goes and dumps demolition debris in a wetland, well, now you have parallel jurisdictions. When somebody wants to put pesticides into a lake, like Lake Zor, to control algae and the growth, that's a DEEP permit. You don't have any jurisdiction over that permit, but you have a parallel jurisdiction. You can require a permit as a commission if you feel it's going to have an undue impact on the environment or the wetlands. So they're dewatering here. They do have a permit. I checked. They have a stormwater and dewatering permit. They're pumping it over here. And there's evidence by their own consultant that this vernal pool down here is getting overwatered. He thinks it might be from this. I don't know anything else it could be because we're in a drought and there's no reason why the vernal pool should be at a higher elevation of water than it was in 2014. So the commission could say, stop dewatering. You need a permit from us. You have a permit from DEEP. We're not taking that away from you. We can't mess up with that permit from DEEP, but we can ask for a permit because you're impacting a wetland, and that is our jurisdiction. As far as somebody saying that groundwater is a wetland commission's jurisdiction, you're correct. It's our jurisdiction when there's overdraft, when there's undue sediment or pollution. And if you look in your own regulations, pollution's talking about nitrogen and pesticides. When it comes to contamination, an oil spill, chemical release, that's DEEP's jurisdiction. This isn't illegal. I'm not giving you legal advice here. I'm giving you court precedent and what is known as a matter of fact for wetland commissions to focus on. So what should we focus on? Should we focus in on this big pile of demolition debris that's unprocessed? No. Somebody should call DEEP, show them the pictures you have of bricks that may have asbestos mastic on it. That's their jurisdiction. If they push this in to here unprocessed, now the wetland commission could be somewhat pulled in, but it should be DEEP that has jurisdiction over this. Should they have taken demolition debris from Stratford High School? Now, am I getting that from the newspaper? No, I've got that from the owner, the former owner himself, that's where it came from. Somebody, and I urge this commission to ask questions. Don't believe me. Listen to what I say, but you don't have to believe a thing I say. I'm going to give you facts and I'm going to give you opinions, but ultimately, in the end, it's up to you to decide. Did the former owner or present owner have a demolition solid waste permit? There's a general permit you need to accept and process demolition, solid, and construction debris. I don't believe they do, but they could speak to that. If they don't, then this stuff's here illegally, but it's a violation of DEEP regulations, not a violation of wetland regulations. If they dumped it over here, it's totally within your jurisdiction. So what are they proposing to do? A building over here with parking lot? I don't have an issue with that. Pay attention to what the UConn professor said about the septic system. He says that the groundwater table's greater than 18 inches below the bottom of the septic system, but that's really the health department's issue. I don't think this building or anything that they're proposing here have any effect on wetland. If they came to you and said, we want to fill this, I don't think filling this, if it's with legal material, clean fill or natural fill as spec'd by DEEP, I don't see how that affects wetlands. What the commission needs to decide is this a wetland now? Now, I said in the last meeting that, open pits with water in them as a result of a construction activity, in my opinion, is not a wetland, nor do I believe that the law was intended to say that any excavation that fills up with water automatically becomes a wetland. If you look at the legal record, it was to say that if you built a pond or you diverted a stream with a permit and you decided 10 years later you didn't want that pond anymore because it's a mosquito trap, you cannot just fill it in without a permit. You need a permit. That's the intent of the law. If the courts ruled, and I'm not aware of any ruling, that any open excavation that's open for more than a month or 2 or 3 months or 6 months is now a wetland, that would create a crazy mess for every construction contractor in the state of Connecticut, including remediation contractors like myself. So I don't think filling this with clean fill would impact the wetland in any way. And you don't have to agree with me, but if you think it's a wetland, and George Logan in the last thing, which isn't on the record, but it's in the minutes, did show a dragonfly and wetland species starting to take over, and you feel as a wetland commissioner in your mind it is, I don't think you're wrong in that. That's your decision. I can tell you, you should talk to to Barbara, to your town attorney, to see if you decided this is a wetland and it got appealed, whether she can support that in court. Our town attorney in Roxbury, she's very good at saying, if you make that decision, I'm not going to tell you how to make it, whether it's right or wrong, but if you do make it, you're going to make it difficult for me to defend the town in court. Well, that's when we listen. So that's really something the town attorney should be consulting with you on. I think this is not a wetland. I think filling this is not a wetland issue, as long as it's with clean fill. Now, to bring my point that they want to pump water, and I don't really have the information. How, how are they going to pump the water? When are they going to pump the water? How much water do they pump when they pump it? Are they going to try to mirror rain events? Are they going to pump it so the an inch of rain goes in there every? I don't know. If anybody knows where in this application that information is, I've been looking and I don't see it. And I think it's a flawed plan because just like, in fact, a consultant for the applicant, just like that consultant saying, maybe pumping water over here is flooding this. Now we have fish and stuff. You're going to flood this. You don't know what's going to happen. It's toast. It's a wetland that has been, I think, compromised forever. You could try to make it better. I think that it's a, I give them a lot of credit for trying to fill this, to bring this back, but I don't think it's going to work. That's my opinion. Now, there's definitely feasible and prudent alternatives. And I'm not saying that because because regulations require that in the presence of a public hearing, a commission cannot approve an application if a feasible and prudent alternative exists. If you look very closely at your regulation and the state statute, it does say if there is environmental harm. So I'm not sure that the whole feasible and prudent alternative thing comes into play. What I'm saying is there's a better way to do this. If you and I do agree with EPA and DEEP that you should try to renovate a wetland that has been injured as opposed to making wetlands elsewhere. But you also can give money to a conservation commission or the wetland commission or somebody, conservation group, that is trying to protect the wetland or to protect a very valuable wetland. That's an option. Again, I don't understand the volume of water that's going to be pumped in here, because when you build a wetland, you're trying to, and that's what they said they're doing. They're trying to mimic nature, right? They're trying to fill this to bring it back to what it was, to mimic nature. In the meantime, they're going to pump water in there. How do you mimic nature in that way? How do you mimic rainfall? How do you mimic an inch and then nothing and then a 4-inch and then a half an inch? And then the thunderstorm that came in like the other night that was like 2 inches within a half an hour, at least in Roxbury. I don't know how you can mimic that. Maybe you can, but the information's not there. The hydrogeology of this, and you need it. Even if you're going to do mitigation down here, you need at least 2 years of information to understand the hydrology as it changes seasonably. They don't understand hydrology here at all, other than the bedrock there's no overburden aquifer. It's not tied to an overburden aquifer. The bedrock aquifer under here, the groundwater is 16 feet below it, so it's not tied to that. It could be that the blasting did cause some fractures that are causing some drainage, but I doubt it. So they really didn't do enough homework because they didn't have enough time to really understand what the hydrology of this vernal pool is. It's been cut off here. It's been cut off, I don't believe, by them. Maybe they created the road. I don't know. But something happened here that destroyed Wetland 3, cut this off from its northern flow into Pine Swamp, and I don't think there's any way to bring it back. But if there is, they should have evaluated that. They should have given you enough hydrogeological information to help you understand how much pumping, when they're going to pump, how are they going to treat it? Are they going to put a sump in a pump? Or are they going to just pump right out of the water? All that, I don't see the information. It may be there deep into page 673 of the engineering report. And I could have missed it. I'm not perfect. My kids think I'm the wetlands god, but I'm not. I make mistakes, but I don't think I'm wrong here. And the Wetland Commission could either believe me or not believe me. As far as filling this, it's a P&Z issue as to whether they could fill it or not, but it could be also a wetland jurisdiction if you believe this is a wetland. Now, the intervener wants us to go dig in because they filled in areas over here. You can see this little pond no longer exists. And WSP gave a report, which I think is sufficient to prove that the allegation that contaminated soil or demolition debris that could contaminate groundwater, there's not enough evidence on the intervener's part to go digging everywhere we could dig, okay, just to try to prove a negative. WSP's report shows there's no contamination. They've sampled brick, they sampled demolition debris, they sampled rock, they sampled water, no impact, according to them. I looked at where they took the samples. I have no problem with what they did. Any consultant could tell you to do more. That's where us consultants either agree or disagree. I don't think it's something for you to consider. I think you need to consider and focus on not whether an intervener could really be an intervener or not. That horse is out of the barn. The interveners in it already made comments. I don't understand all that. Waste your time. So let's stop wasting your time. Let's look at what we're looking at right here. This is what you're focusing on, and you're focusing on this vernal pool. Is it being flooded out by dewatering? So the plan is a building here, fill this, bring this back to natural, and then that will result in this coming back to life. That's what they're telling you. Another problem with bringing this back to natural, nobody but God could do what was done here. Nobody but glaciers could do. They're going to have different densities. Groundwater, the storm water is going to go through this soil different than it did naturally. It's common sense. It's practical, right? I mean, they're going to fill it with cleaner natural fill. They'll compact it, but they can never mimic what was there. This was a came. A came is a glacial outwash deposit. It's very dense in some places. It's not in others. It's really different in the way the glaciers drop the soil. You can't mimic it. There's no way. The best thing to do is create a great wetlands. And Bill Kinney's the guy to do it. He's a very talented wetland scientist. But that's up to you. Nothing wrong with their plan if they believe it. They wouldn't propose it if they didn't believe it. They're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. But my eyes go 30 years of experience, 25 years on a commission, 15 years as a wetland enforcement officer, which I still am in Bridgewater. I have a lot of experience. Two major landfills, the two largest landfills in the state of Connecticut, are under my jurisdiction. Two major wetland mitigation projects were done on both sites. I know what works and what doesn't work, and it's my professional opinion. This may work, but the likelihood that it will is not great. I think I covered everything. I know I had to say toast because I said toast last time, and I had to say toast again. So I think I covered anything. If anybody's got any questions, I'm here to answer them.
Okay, commissioners, I'll ask as usual, Commissioner Spence, do you have any questions for Russ?
Put me at the end, please. Let everybody else go first.
Cheater. Commissioner Stewart.
Yeah, one question. You say that filling that hole is in our jurisdiction, and you say it could be filled with clean fill. When you say clean fill, we could allow them, or they could without you don't think, you think it's a fine idea to put shot concrete and asphalt chunks in there below the
Not
water
at all.
lines?
Not at all. That's not clean fill. Not unless it's processed. Asphalt should never be used as fill. Uh, Demolition debris could be used as clean fill if it's processed. And if they don't have a permit for DEEP to do that, they shouldn't be doing it. If they didn't have a permit from DEEP to bring that stuff on site, then DEEP should get involved, and DEEP may be involved.
Well,
Don't count DEEP out.
we've been shown the deep regs that show asphalt being part of clean fill as long as it's larger than 4-inch chunks.
I don't agree with DEEP, but that is their definition of clean fill. I don't think asphalt should ever be used as fill. The Wetland Commission can say clean fill or natural fill, but cannot include any asphaltic waste.
Okay, then the other question is if the wetlands to the south are groundwater fed, and we're putting fill in the groundwater, does that give us any authority over that, since that groundwater is going to eventually get to that wetland?
No, that groundwater won't get to that wetland. The groundwater in that hole will only come up 4 or 5 feet, which is about 20 feet below. Those aquifer systems are not, they're not connected. There's like a drainage divide between where the quarry is and where those wetlands are.
The wetlands to the south.
That's correct.
Okay.
After you, Commissioner Stewart.
Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Gingrich.
Russ, question, if they move the water over to wetland 3, can that help at all in their process? Instead of pumping it into what they've been pumping it, reverse it to the other side.
That's what their proposal is. That's what the proposal is. Bring it, let us fill this, then we'll pump the water and renovate wetland 4, because they're not proposing renovating wetland 3, because I think wetland 3 is off-site and it's toast. It's gone. Whatever was there, there's nothing there like it today. And here's a point I want to make. In 2014, there was a study done by a company, which Bill Kinney outlines in his report, and all these wetlands were functioning great. So here we go 6 years later. So the 2006 approval didn't cause what's happened. I think what's caused what's happened is the total over excavation and the unpermitted work that went on of creating a quarry, which wasn't allowed by the town of Monroe. That's what caused the problem. In addition to, there's something that went on with that road, that clearing I showed you, which is not on the property, and goes up on somebody else's property. So Bill Kenny says that wetland 3 was destroyed because of the road, because of the cul-de-sac. I don't agree with him there. I think it's pretty clear what's going on if you walk out there and you see the disturbance that's heading to the west and not going anywhere near Cambridge Drive or Independence Drive, I think. Yep.
So the only other question that I would have then, if this proposal was separated, we could, I mean, because I don't believe they're going to be able to fix what they're talking about, that wetland there. If they separate this proposal and have just do the building to the south and leave that alone, but fill in that quarry, would that be enough to be okay to approve it?
It would have been good if they did it that way, but they didn't do it that way. They did it. They're proposing a mitigation. They admit there's a problem. They admit they need to fix it, and they proposed a way to fix it. They're asking you to approve that. somehow they melded all this into one thing, which makes it really difficult for the commission. If they did it separate, do the 64 Cambridge Drive building and did it separate, it would have been a lot easier, I think, procedurally. But they had the right to do this, and Kevin Sully explained why they did it this way, because he said the two lots are kind of together. Yep, the quarry started on one lot and moved into another, and that's why I believe that they decided to do this as all one big thing. And I did ask Barbara today, our commission's never had this kind of situation where can you approve something but not another thing in an application? And I think the answer is no. You either approve the application as they presented it, and part of that is this mitigation plan, or you don't approve it, you deny it without prejudice, so they could come back with a different plan.
All right, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Massaraco?
I have no questions.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Hall?
Yes, I have reviewed the letter that is up on the screen here. Mr. DiRenzo, your opinion letter.
Yep.
Which pretty clearly outlines the fact that the hydration for wetland 2 is a risky plan that may or may not work. But you also state in here outlining where the commission's authority lies in the fill process that would allow that successful or unsuccessful hydration of that wetland. I have also reviewed this letter from Attorney Green, which came just today, which conflicts in many points with the points you're making here. So I am confused at this point about the authority of the commission. I'm not sure if you're the right person to answer. I think we've heard your opinion of that and your direction from that. I'm just wondering if we need to dig deeper, and I guess I'm asking Chairman Romano on this one, if we need to understand better as a commission where our authority is in this, what belongs to planning, zoning.
Well, I could answer that. I could answer that if you want me to, Mr. Chairman.
Well, hold on just a second. Commissioner Hall, do you have any other questions besides this one for us right now?
Nothing relating to the plan to hydrate wetland 2.
No, all together. Any other things you want, before he answers this question, and I'm going to have Barbara chime in as well. Before we go there, is there any other thing else you wanted to ask? We can come back to that question.
No.
Okay. All right. Russ, but as quickly as possible, then we'll have Barbara chime in on an answer as well.
Your jurisdiction is wetlands, okay? So filling that quarry is your jurisdiction. You have to decide as a commission member whether filling that quarry will have a direct impact to wetlands. Your charge is not the solid waste issues that have been brought before you. I too read Attorney Green's letter, although it did come in after the deadline, which I don't think is fair to commissions. The law is clear. You get it in 24 hours before. Give us all a break. It's not fair to throw things at us the day of the meeting. But I did read it.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, and I did read it. And when Mr. Green, he's being semantics here, okay? You're in charge of groundwater as it goes to overdraft. Read your regs. Overdraft, pollution as it pertains to pesticides and herbicides, siltation. When it comes to contamination, it's DEEP's jurisdiction. Now, they're claiming, okay, and again, you have evidence before you. They're claiming that fill has been used that could contaminate groundwater. The applicant has provided a lot of information. the WSP report, which says there's no contamination. They provided manifests showing that things that came on site at that time was clean or natural fill. Mr. Sully wrote a letter stating all that. I don't see that there's any evidence that contaminated or polluted fill has been discharged on the site. Therefore, I don't think you should press it anymore. There is demolition debris on the site. Is that your jurisdiction? It is if it's in the wetland. It's not in the wetland. It's sitting there in the middle of a pile. That's DEEP's job. DEEP should come down and make a determination what should be done. Now, I know DEEP was there 10 months ago. I've been told by DEEP when they were there was snow on the ground. They didn't really see any demolition debris. So in talking to DEEP today, more about the discharge, the dewatering discharge, but to ask why they're not concerned about Stratford High School demolition debris being brought to an illegal gravel mine in Monroe. Oh, we didn't see demolition debris. I could guarantee you that if Evan Glass follows through on my advice at the last meeting, that the intervener should stop wasting the Wetland Commission's time with DEEP issues and go to DEEP. I think DEEP will get involved.
Barbara, your response to that question as far as the what Commissioner Hall was asking.
Yes, I agree with the way that Russ has presented it. I know that it is somewhat confusing for the commission, but in simplest terms, you have jurisdiction over activities that are going to impact the wetlands. Now, you are hearing different things from different experts as to whether, from a scientific or engineering standpoint, an activity will in fact impact the wetlands. You need to decide who you are going to credit on those matters. If you decide that there is an activity that is impacting the wetlands, you have jurisdiction. If it is not an activity that is impacting the wetlands, then you don't have jurisdiction. That's the simplest way that I can explain it. But again, the scientific evidence that's being presented to you, yes, you are getting conflicting evidence on that. It is up to the commission to decide who it credits, which expert testimony on those issues it finds to be the most credible, and then you go from there. Does that answer your question?
It answers my question. Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you. All right, I will. It's my turn to ask questions. Russ, just want to clarify something you said at the very beginning. You said that and give a 5-year permit time, and then I wasn't sure if you said an additional 5 years or an additional 10.
No, and Barbara, correct me if I'm wrong. We talked about this today because I know the regs, but I don't want to, I want to make sure that I understand them as well as you do, Mr. Chairman. So a subdivision approval could be 5 years, and you could give them an extension, but not to exceed that 5-year term, so 10 years.
So a total of 10, not to exceed
Total of 10, not 20,
Okay.
just 10 is it.
That's, I wasn't sure if you meant 5 plus an additional 10, or 5
No,
plus
5
5,
and 5.
which totals 10. That's all,
Any
that's
other
all I wanted to
permit,
make sure.
yeah, any other permit like wetland permits cannot be less than 2 years or more than 5 years, and you could grant extensions not to exceed 10 years in total.
Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Next question. I'm trying to recall, I think it was the last meeting, you had said something about, actually, before I get to that question, I guess the way I'm the way I hear it, we as a commission have to make a determination in order to really finish processing for us, or to make a decision. We actually have to make a determination on what is the body of water in the bottom of the pit, either a wetlands or not a wetlands. Is that correct? We actually have to make a decision?
You don't have to make a decision. When you make your decision, each commissioner should consider whether they consider a wetland or not. You should have a discussion as a commission on that. And you're a contractor, Mr. Chairman, so you must have seen a lot of open holes as I have. So my point is that, and again, I'm not giving legal advice, but I think when there's open water because of a construction activity, I don't see how a wetland commission could call that a regulated area. But
Well,
Barbara is better to answer that than I am, because it's a legal question. I don't know if there's court precedent on that. I've looked for it, and there is none, other than when people build ponds, they can't just fill them in and say that they were man-made.
Yeah, I don't offhand know the answer to that question. I can certainly research it for the commission and see if there's any authority that, legal authority that would help you make that decision one way or the other.
Well, let's say you think it's a wetland. Okay, let's see, it's a pond in your mind. In Roxbury, we just approved of a gentleman to fill in his pond because it was not functioning well. It was a mosquito trap. And he just didn't want to keep digging it out. And it made sense to fill it in. You can make that. Just because you determine it's a wetland doesn't mean that you, as a commission, can't decide to fill it in.
Well, I guess the reason why I asked the question, and I agree, is that we're going to try to deliberate on this. I think it's going to be very difficult if we don't determine what it is or not, because if it's decided that it's not wetlands, that takes a lot of stuff out of the equation for us. But if half of us think it is and half of us think it isn't, it's gonna be hard for us to come to a consensus. So I'm just wondering if it would be prudent to determine that and then follow forth with the rest of the deliberation based on a decision, like a pre-decision, so to speak. I don't know if I'm making sense with that, but I'm trying to.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Chris of Southwest Conservation District is the best guy to go to on that. I really do.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That was one. Then the other question is, I thought I heard you say, or someone said, that the first layers of fill, if that lowest area would be filled in, has to be with a crushed stone or like a completely native. There's only at a certain elevation then that we can introduce off-site fill. That's true.
When you have an excavation like this and it's in a bedrock aquifer or close to it, it should be filled with rock to mimic what was there. We don't need to get into, as Mr. Attorney Green is starting to insinuate, that they're just looking to delay. So they want to know what the seasonally high water table is.
Don't worry about what Attorney Green has to say about it. Just my
But
question
what I'm saying is,
what was the level?
Fill it to rock to 2 feet over the observed water table would be more than sufficient, and then you put a silt curtain over it.
Okay. The last question is, and this is actually a question for Russ and the applicant at the same time. Although the applicant, I want you to answer this at your turn, which is coming shortly. So if this was to be filled in, I can't remember if it's been stated, but assuming that they were going to fill in the lowest area, the deepest areas first. At some point, I would imagine that the water that they're using to pump up and saturate wetlands 2 is no longer going to be there because it's up to the point where water stays below grade.
Mr.
And
Chairman, you're breaking up. At least for me, I can't.
all right, I'll try again.
Yeah.
If they're assuming they're lowest level, they start coming up, which is where the water is now. A picture I'm looking at, which is the same one you had up earlier, Russ. At some point, I would imagine that, and they're going to pump that water out to saturate the wetlands too. At some point, that water is going to disappear, I would assume, because of the amount of fill that goes in it. So then, what happens between? And imagine they fill it up, and now all the water stays below grade. Where does the water now come from to keep hydrating wetland 2 during the final phases of filling in the site?
Great, great. Not in the application, not there. I can't figure that one out either. And I don't know how they keep it from being all silt. They're not, I didn't see anything about putting a sump in. I don't see any silt socks put at the end of the discharge. That whole part, which is the most important part of this application, I think is lacking in information to truly understand it, whether you're on a commission or you're an expert.
Thank you. I'm all set, Commissioner Spence.
We do
In the
Ross.
hot seat.
How about Ross?
Oh, I'm sorry. Did I miss Ross? Sorry, Ross. Any questions for Mr. DiRienzo?
I do not know.
All right, Commissioner Spence.
Concerning the vernal pool in wetland 3, vernal pool 3, that's at a higher elevation than both wetland 4 and wetland 2. Is there any, am I reading this right? There's no hope of regenerating that one? Its watershed area has not changed, and it's not going to change. It will not get any of the water that was being pumped into wetland 2, because wetland 2 is at a lower elevation than the base of wetland 3. Let me know if you lose me here.
Not at all.
Okay. Now that they said in several of the older wetland assessment reports that could be a perched water table, I believe is what they called it. Could that insinuate that there's faults underneath it that are draining it? Is there any hope for that pool?
Right. There's not enough information to understand what happened to wetland 3, which is also vernal pool 3. It was reported in 2014 it was a very deep vernal pool, and today it's not there. And I don't think it has anything to do with the site. I do see that disturbed area that goes all the way up the hill, and there's a wooden bridge right there at the edge of the quarry. I don't know if the people who did the quarry did that. I'm not sure. I think Kevin has a much better handle on that than I do. All I'm saying is it's gone. And all it is now is soggy earth. I think it's still a wetland, but it's not what it was. And that this proposal will not have anything to do with that. It won't help it, won't hurt it, won't have anything to do with it.
Okay, so we can't turn it back into bread. It remains toast.
Yes.
Okay. Another question.
Or Thanksgiving dinner and COVID year, one or the other.
You mentioned that wetland 1 and vernal pool 1 have been overwatered, and there are now finfish in it, which could be changing the hydrology enough so that it can no longer function as a vernal pool. If there is no longer any water being pumped into that area, if they stop dewatering that way, could that pool possibly return back to where it used to be and become once again a Class A pool or Class 1?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And those are Bill Kinney's observations, not mine, although I agree with him. And I don't believe there should be any dewatering going on until that's understood. It's okay. I don't have a problem with dewatering to wetland 2 in that part, because that part's starving for water. But you know, my problem is that the process and what they're proposing doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I'm in full agreement with you. I understood exactly what you meant. It didn't. So how, when, where, why of the pumping just doesn't flow. There's not enough information there as to what we're supposed to be doing, what we're supposed to be looking at. And I'm very concerned about the quality of the water that would be pumped. I think if I'm reading the plans properly, they're talking about pumping out of sedimentation basins. Now, this doesn't seem like a really good idea to me, because we're talking about 38,000 dump trucks going up and down these roads, and all the runoff is going into those sedimentation basins, or whatever basins they're going. That can't be the cleanest water in the world. Do we want to pump that into our wetlands? What do you think about that?
Yep, absolutely. Be nitrogen and phosphorus rich water, even if they put sediment traps on it. It's not going to work.
Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay, that's what I was asking for. Thank you. You said in your summary, the filling of the quarry to the original grade will not have an adverse impact on surrounding inland wetlands and watercourses. However, it is very unlikely that the plan will restore the hydrology of wetland number 2. Do you feel that you covered that well enough in your previous dissertation tonight? Or is there more to be added to that?
No, I think I covered everything as quickly, and there's no reason to get into details. The bottom line is what we need at this point of this application, I think.
What kind of studies do you feel? You mentioned a hydrogeological study over 2 years or so to study the hydrology of the area, how it functions seasonally. Did I understand you properly on that one, that we do need that kind of background in order to know if this plan could possibly work?
Absolutely, Lois. Any plan, when you're going to renovate or create or fix a wetland, you need years of data. So, you know, when I say porosity, I mean like when they do perk tests for septic systems. How quickly does the water discharge underneath? We don't know that. All we know is they put in piezometers, which are nothing more than a 2-foot long plastic tube with slots in it that lets water in. And then you measure the elevation of that. The piezometers were dry. We don't know if those piezometers are dry because we're in drought. We're only assuming that wetland number 4 and vernal pool number 4 is not functioning because of it's lost half its watershed. 4 or 5 acres of water that used to go there no longer goes there. Now it's in the bottom of the pit. When you design wetland mitigation, you need at least 2 years of data. Hydrology data, what bugs and birds are there, all that stuff. And they don't have enough time, or didn't have enough time, to really evaluate what's going on.
Okay. And one other thing that you mentioned was, as a feasible and prudent alternative, was to hydrate the wetland by pumping of a bedrock well, as opposed to filling of the quarry. Could you go into detail on that?
Well, you put in a well just like at your house, and you pump that well, and there are computer systems that could pump that well at different rates at different times depending on the design, depending on data, which tells you what the rainfall was and how much water the vernal pool held, how much water it needs to maintain the elevation that it had, which we don't know, for 3 to 6 months, because vernal pools need to be wet 3 to 6 months in order to be functioning. I think a well is a much better idea. Once the vernal pool's full, then the well can. It's a very elaborate scheme, I admit, but it's been done.
Okay. And where would you outlet this pump? If in that scenario, where would you start the pumping? Where would you have it discharge into the wetland? Would you start at the head of the wetland at the highest elevation and let it trickle down? Or would you come in from the side? You would start
Absolutely.
work down. Okay, so you on the southerly portion of the site then.
Right.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted a little bit more information on that. Thank you. At this point, I think I'm finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Spence. Russ, I have one more question for you. Assuming that, as you said previously, Wetlands 2 is toast, okay, and let's just assume that, well, I guess what I'm getting at is, this is a closed quarry, and it's got a lot of impermeable surfaces. So if the course of any type of work here, whether it's what they're doing now, filling, or future work, or anything to develop this to its final design, would Wetlands 2 be the best place that you could think of to actually dewater to discharge pumped water? Because they have to have a spot somewhere.
Why?
Well, if it rains and the site's flooded and they have to dewater for whatever reason, they have usually the site, but most of the floor is impermeable because it's rock, solid rock. So they would have to have a place to discharge pumped water if they needed to pump. I mean, I guess because what you're saying is adding water to, which is causing that's just a theory. But if Wetlands 2 was toast, I would think that would be probably just asking your opinion.
I would agree with you. I don't want anything going to Wetland 1 because Wetland 1 is a pristine, still functioning, although the vernal pool sounds like there's something going on that Bill Kinney found. But I would agree with you. But I think they could pump dewater on site and build a dewatering basin right on site. They got a lot of land. I'm never in favor of pumping stormwater, or even if it's groundwater, because once you stir it up, all the nitrogen and phosphorus become dissolved. I'm never in favor of pumping it into a natural system, even if it's toast. Now, when I call it toast, I mean it's only toast from an ecological point of view. In other words, it's not providing habitat anymore. It still functions to filter water, store water, and all those other important things that vernal pools and wetlands do. It's just lost its most important function.
Okay, I understand.
Yep.
All right, any other commissioners, just chime in if you have any more questions. I'll move on to public comment. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, for the record, it's Kevin Soley for the applicant with Soley Engineering. Will we have a chance to ask Russ some questions based on his review?
Yes, we are going. Good question. Whether we should do it now or after. I'll ask Barbara.
You could, whatever is your pleasure, Mr. Chairman. It certainly would be fine for the applicant to ask questions at this point.
I think, so they can just parlay it back to the rebuttal or whatever they're going to do next. Let's just get the public comment out of the way. I don't think it's going to take that long.
Well, I think actually you need to have the intervener do his presentation.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay. Let's do that then. Mr. Green, are you here?
I am here, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Thank you. All right. So basically, at this point, unless there's something that came up different than last week's meeting, we're basically just looking for all your consultants' comments to get on the record. So we
Well,
should try to be able to do this pretty quickly.
I have some
Mr.
questions.
Mr. Chairman, just
I-
one point of order. I'll be
Hold on.
brief, Mr. Romano. What?
Mr.
Commissioner
Finn, I'll
Romano
get to you in a
said,
second. I'll get to you in a second.
One quick point, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on. Let me just finish my communication with Mr. Green.
I couldn't hear you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Your response, what were you going to say?
I was going to say that the intervener has questions for Mr. DiRienzo, and I believe the applicant has questions for Mr. DiRienzo.
Well, we got to get to the applicant also. We're just trying to make sure we capture what we lost at last week's meeting before we continue on. But let me hear what Mr. Finn has to say.
Yes, with regard to the intervener's presentation and the repeat of last week, I just want to remind you, Chairman Romano, and again, it's Attorney Finn representing the applicant, that we already heard from Evan Glass 2 meetings ago. He was fully heard and he was recorded. So last time it was only Mr. Logan who presented, who was not taped, and therefore with regard to repeating what was done at the last meeting, that should be confined to Mr. Logan. And thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you. Yeah, Mr. Green, I do recall that all that Mr. Glass had to add was pictures last week, and those would be submitted for the record. So we shouldn't need to have to, we're not going to go through that again. So we could have Mr. Logan, if that's all right with you, restate what he had to say as just to put it on the record. So it should be as quick as possible.
Well, so do you want me to put Mr. Logan on now, or do you want me to address?
Let's get that done, and let's get that done first. And then you could ask the questions of Mr. DiRienzo, and then we'll go back to the applicant for the rest of the evening.
Fair
After
enough.
public comment.
All right, then. You have Mr. Logan's resume in the record, and I'll turn it over to George then.
Very good. Good evening, Commissioners, Chairman. George Logan for the record, Rema Ecological Services. As you might recall, the last time I had put up, and I don't have to do it this time, I had put up a report, which you might remember had some yellow highlights. And basically what that report was, is going through my August 25th, 2020 questionnaire, if you will. If you recall, I had a whole bunch of questions that I hope that they would have been answered by now. Most of them have not been answered, and I think they go along the same line that Russ has explained, that there's a lot of information that needs to be filled in so that we can understand the hydrology and the nature, the soils of wetland 2 and also wetland 3, so that we can opine on as to whether or not there's going to be it's going to be efficient to restore this wetland as the applicant is asserting. So that report revision, Mr. Green put into the record today. I understand your 24-hour thing. So depending on how the commission wants to go forward, that can be submitted into the record, or you might already have it in the record. I don't have to necessarily refer to it, and I'll try to be as quick as possible, just kind of make my main points. The other thing I wanted to tell you was that I had one of my associates at my office, who's also a certified ecologist, put together a little more, shall we say, technically rich comments about, the kinds of information we're missing and what probably will happen to the wetland in these intervening years between the time that it started being affected, which is probably around 5 years ago, let's say 2014 or so, and today, and what would foreseeably happen in the future until that time is this full restoration of at least the hydrology. Again, I'm not going to submit that into the record because I understand your 24-hour period, but if the commission is so inclined, I can certainly submit it in a day or two. So going through what I had said the previous time, all the questions that I had asked was basically asking for data on hydrology, data on what kind of protocols will be put in force in order to make this thing work. I've asked for monitoring plans, pre-development monitoring plans, post-development monitoring plans, all kinds of information. I don't have to tell you, it's all there in the record. And unfortunately, even though in Mr. Soli's report, he did answer a couple of things. There was one paragraph at the very, very end of his September 22nd, I believe, or his September submission, at which point he promised that, or at least he intimated at that point, that there would be those kinds of things will be put into the record by October 14th. I haven't seen that information. The other point that I had to make, as you might recall, and again, I don't want to go through all the information that's missing, where there's no responses. You can certainly look at that, as I said, is to give you some sort of conclusions or recommendations. One of the conclusions that I've made in looking at Wetland 2 and Wetland 3, and by the way, let me do a little parenthetical here. I think we can all agree that we don't exactly know what happened to Wetland 3. That's a mystery to me, and I've asked that question in my August report. Haven't gotten an answer. I'm curious from a scientific perspective of what happened to Wetland 3, where we had a lot of water and now we have none. When I was out there in the site, of course, I didn't do a full analysis. I didn't see any evidence nearby Wetland 3 that there was possibly something that had happened to the north, on-site or off-site, that might have affected this dewatering that's happened. So I don't know that. The only thing I can think of, possibly, and that's something that one could, propose, and we'd have to test it, is that Wetland 3 and Wetland 2 were connected subsurfacely, and possibly Wetland 2, when it was full, would hydrate Wetland 3, because there's a shallow groundwater, there's an aquitard obviously there that keeps the water within Wetland 2. So that's something that could be tested, and possibly if Wetland 2 was rehydrated, maybe Wetland 3 would be rehydrated, because I didn't see any evidence within its watershed of any impacts. We did talk about the continual pumping that has happened, but apparently has ceased, to the town detention basin, and how that has been affecting Wetland 1. I agree with that, what Russ has said there. But one of the main points that I made the last time, which was not recorded, that in my opinion, because of this lag time of the 5 years or so, plus however many years it would take to reach the final groundwater, the rewatering, if you will, that the wetland itself will change. Its chemistry will change, its biota will change. There's going to be a big effect on herbaceous species and mosses, on the mycorrhizae and the microbiology, and even the chemistry of the wetland would change. I assume that there's some organics there, and that's one of the questions that I've asked. And what happens is when you aerate organics that have been for many, many years wet or at least moist, and now you're aerating them, those organics are toast. They will change, and that will change the character of the wetland in itself. The other thing that I had said was that, I looked at the WSP information. I did agree that it seems that there's a different groundwater shed for wetland 2 and 3 than for what's happening at the pit. That seems appropriate. I'm not 100% sure that I agree with Russ. Maybe I need to understand it better, that there won't ever be any connection between the filling of the hole and groundwater then gets to wetland 1. I think that might happen in the future. We do have a stratified drift aquifer, sand and gravel aquifer down in wetland 1. So the water, it's groundwater fed. So the groundwater might be upwelling from somewhere at some point, up gradient. So there might be a connection there. And if there is a connection, at some point, the quality of the fill that's being placed there also comes into play. And obviously that is a concern, even from a wetlands perspective, in my view. So I'm in general agreement with Russ's opinion letter about the fact that it's probably unlikely the hydrology of wetland 2 will be restored in the same way. I think Russ made the comment that, you know, it's taken thousands of years for the hydrology of wetland 2 and possibly 3 to come into effect over millennia since the last glaciation. And now it's, you know, I can't imagine that we're going to have the same thing once we're done. So that should be taken into effect. So the other thing that Russ said, and we might have a little diversion of opinion here, unless I didn't understand him correctly, is I think what he said is that, you know, there's feasible prudent alternatives as far as restoring wetland function that is lost or will be lost, and that's looking at creating a compensatory wetland mitigation that's another portion of the site, or possibly putting money into someone who does this for a living, you know, a non-for-profit organization. As you probably know, when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers gets involved with wetland impacts, and they used to require mitigation, and now what they require is in lieu fee, and they've provided this way where the applicant gives money into an organization, it's the Audubon, Connecticut, that's there for the sole purpose of taking that money and putting it into restoration of wetlands and the preservation of wetlands. So that thing is already done. But my thought was that you folks should know, not say, well, sometime down the line there will be a possibility, if we don't see this being successful, that we're going to need some other kind of compensatory mitigation by creating a wetland on site or something like that. I think you should know now how that would work and have some good enough information so that you can approve that as an alternative if and when the data shows that the restoration of wetland 2 is not satisfactory. And the Russ gave it a 30% chance. Okay, that's a number. I would say it's definitely less than 50. So as a result of what I've already seen in the record, and also I did review, again, I said Russ's report that I think was submitted to the record yesterday, his opinion letter, and looking at wetland 1, looking at wetland 2 and 3, I see that there's a reasonable likelihood that there is already an unreasonable impairment of these regulated resources that already has taken place and will continue to take place. And these are these 3 wetlands that are mentioning, wetland 1, 2, and 3, and focusing on the vernal pool habitat. Now, the other thing that you probably got from what Russ said is one of the things that are important is when you're looking at vernal pool ecology, which is in this case, apparently wetland 2 was the most productive vernal pool on the site based on the data back from Mr. Klein's report, EPS, where he said in 2014 alone, he saw more than 100 egg masses of wood frogs and salamanders. That's a good number. So this was a very productive vernal pool. And as you probably have heard before, and, from what we've, and there's court cases on this too, obviously, but there's also scientific data that would say that if you have too much disturbance of what's called the critical terrestrial habitat, or the CTH, that the chances that you're going to have these critters come back it becomes slimmer and slimmer as that critical terrestrial habitat, which extends 750 feet, according to Dr. Clemens's publication. You probably all know about it, and his recommendation. And it's also the recommendation that DEP has adopted and the Corps has adopted. Whether they regulate or not, that's another issue. But once you get to lower than 25% of the CTH of not being suitable habitat, then you can start seeing effects on conservation of a wetland, of a vernal pool. And in this particular case, we're going to have more than that. So at the end of the day, the question is, if we can rehydrate this wetland, if that's even going to happen, and we want species to return there for us to get close to what it was before, we might have to actually conserve or preserve or restore a part of the forest on the east side of wetland 2 and vernal pool 2 out to some distance within the restored watershed. So those are some kind of the things that I've mentioned. As you recall, I did put some photographs, some figures. Again, that's all in the report that Mr. Green submitted into the record today. You probably remember the photos that I had, and we made I showed you some photographs that I took during the site walk that showed that there's vegetation that's starting to come into that water course or pond at the bottom of the pit. I did see through my long lens tracks of birds, of avians, tracks of mammals. I showed you that one dragonfly that I was able to capture. But my photo, there was many more obviously flying around. So there's some ecology that's happening there. So if you ask me the question, should we regulate it or not? I think Russ was right. That's probably more of a legal question. But if you ask me, is this watercourse / pond starting to function as something that ecologically you could call a viable wetland or watercourse, I would say certainly that is the case. But again, it's up to the commission to decide what they want to do, and I'm not going to be too pushy on that particular issue, except to say that there is some ecological function that's happening there. So so that was the report that I put in, or that you saw put on the screen the last time. And as I said, I have asked my associate, Sigurd Godwin, to also opine a little more technically on some of these things, some of these losses of function and values and habitat that's already happened in wetland 2 and 3, and we see that it's going to happen in the foreseeable future because there's certain things that we don't think can be reversed. We cannot turn the clock back. But rather than going into a lengthy presentation, those points, I'll just rest at this point, leave the commission open to ask me any particular questions, and I'd be happy to submit that in writing in the next day or so. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Green, you have questions for Russ Arienzo?
Yeah, if I may.
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman, I would just say, before Mr. Green questions Mr. Dorenzo, perhaps you could see if any of the commissioners have questions for Mr. Logan.
Okay, sure. Quickly, any commissioners have any questions for Mr. Logan, starting with Commissioner Spence?
Mr. Logan, in your opinion, would this plan or concept of pumping water into that area of wetland 2, would that have any effect? Would it do what is being presented as happening? Is it going to work?
You mean taking water, pumping it up to wetland 2?
Mm-hmm.
I think the jury is out in that, because my concerns are that, for instance, as Russ mentioned, that the quality of the water is not going to be the same as the kind of quality of water that would slowly reach through substrata the wetland in the previous condition, so in the pre-existing condition. It can be loaded with phosphorus, either in dissolved form or in a very fine particulate phosphorus. The pH might be different, the mineralogy might be different. So I would question as to whether or not at this point with the data that we have on record, if this would be beneficial or rather if it would be detrimental.
Even if it were even if it were filtered through, like right now they have a perforated pipe that's going to go through a certain amount of undetermined fill, I guess it's fill material of some kind, be filtering down to filter into the wetlands. Do you think that that would have any positive effect on whatever's coming out of the quarry? And do you think that would still be a good or bad thing?
Again, my opinion is that we don't have enough data to make that assessment. We don't know the quality of the water that will be coming out of the quarry. As far as, yeah, you know, it would be drinking water quality, but that's not what the wetland necessarily has been used to receiving. And the other question was, and one of the reasons why I asked for sort of a detailed water budget is, and Mr. Ross did talk about it, is, you know, how much do you pump? When do you pump it? How do you mimic what has been happening there before? That would be very difficult to do. So maybe it can be done, but I have not seen any information on the record that would lead me to have a sort of say a positive sense that it can be done. So again, I think data is king, and I have not seen even none of that is come. That's why I've been asking all these questions from the beginning, to get an understanding of what's going on in Wetland 2, what has gone on in Wetland 2, and what would be the most efficacious way of restoring water to it, even if it can possibly be done. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Stewart.
I'm good at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gingrich.
All set.
Thank you. Commissioner Mastroco.
I'm good.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall.
No questions.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Green, you had questions for Russell DeRenzo? You're muted. Mr. Green, you're muted.
See that? I see that. So I do have some questions. And just to preface my questions, you know, I like Mr. DiRienzo, I reviewed the record of this proceeding. And first of all, I want to just quickly thank the commission for your patience and your attention on this and for sticking with this. And you've asked a lot of great questions. The comment I wanted to make was that Mr. DiRienzo filed a report yesterday that I received. Apparently that was filed between 11 o'clock and noon yesterday. And Mr. Glass filed a response to that today. And I filed a letter to the commission in response to that today. And I also filed a memo in response to that today, and filed some photographs that I think may be responsive to that. And I note that the applicant had filed, counsel for the applicant had filed an email suggesting that somehow these filings were not timely. Once again, I want to remind the commission that the report was filed yesterday. And significantly, I just want to alert the commission that I'm not sure that council really accurately reflected the governor's executive order, which provides that these filings should be submitted to the agency a minimum of 24 hours prior to the meeting. However, it prefaces that by saying, to the extent feasible. And obviously, if we got the report yesterday, I thought we did pretty well to get these in advance of the meeting tonight. and we did our best. I frankly had a meeting about the report yesterday afternoon at 5 o'clock with our consultants, and some of them I hadn't had a chance to read it because I was in a hearing most of the day, and they didn't have a chance to read it either. So we certainly did our best and did not mean to file it late, and we did it as quickly as feasible. We got our filings in. And I just wanted to, what I did was I sent a memo to the commission and took Mr. Glass's letter and sort of boiled out the the questions that I would propose to ask of Mr. DiRienzo. And I don't know whether the commission had an opportunity to see that memo yet, but it essentially lays out those questions. I'd be happy to put it up on the screen if
You could
the
just
commission.
ask them. Mr. Green, you can just ask the questions, get down to business, ask Mr. DiRienzo the questions.
Fair enough.
We got lots of stuff to do here.
Yeah, fair enough. So I guess the first question, and I'm a little bit confused because I've heard I know that the commission has asked this question as well, and I would just like some clarity. First of all, the first question that I had in that memo was whether the nature of the fill already placed below the water table should be evaluated to determine whether it is comprised solely of natural rock or whether it should be evaluated and found did not be natural rock. And I sort of heard two things. And Mr. DiRienzo, you seem to have testified that it should be rock or natural substances that are in the groundwater in this matter. We know from the photographs that we put in, that I know that you've seen, that there was groundwater in the large quarry hole that was filled previously. And if you reviewed the record, Mr. Bjorklund put in a document that showed 120,000 square foot area and opined that for 10 feet, there's 40,000 cubic yards of material. And it was obviously used to to fill that area. I mean, the photographs show the area that was filled, and you referenced it tonight in your comments. And you've used the phrase toast, and I heard Mr. Kenny use the phrase Thanksgiving dinner. I'm going to use the phrase tea that was created when this fill was put into that water in the bottom of the quarry. And you've also referenced, and apparently Mr. Kenny acknowledged, that that fluid was pumped out and pumped into a detention basin, which ran into wetland 1. We know that part of this proposal is to pump out of that area, pump some of this tea I'm sort of confused at this point, having heard sort of a lot of characterizations of it tonight, but certainly to restore this wetland, some of that tea is being pumped out. And the last piece I would submit to you is that, as you know, the origin of this proceeding was as a violation. And I've heard you comment in the past that Denise Halstead did a very complete job in the notice of violation of specifying the conduct. And we know that as part of the violative conduct, that tea was pumped into the wetland. And you also saw my letter, obviously. So my question to you is why, with that backdrop, it would not, one more comment. The report by the hydrogeologist for the applicant.
Hold on, excuse me, Mr. Green. Did you have a question there? Was
Yeah,
there an
it's gonna
actual
get-
question?
I'll get a question mark on the end of it.
How much longer do we have to listen to this? It's 10:30.
I understand, but it sounded like you started a question, you stopped, and you went to another topic. So you gotta
This
keep
is
us-
more of a line of summation than a question.
All right.
I object.
No one needs to speak but me right now, okay? Mr. Green, you're losing our attention and you're trying to give us information, and you gotta work with us here. You gotta get concise. You gotta ask the question so the information is flowing into our brains. we're like losing it here just listening to ramble on. And I don't mean to be rude. I'm trying to be efficient. I'm trying to be fair.
Fair enough. Why shouldn't the material be evaluated for possible removal if it was found not to be natural material below the water table?
There's no evidence that anything but natural material has been filled at the site. The applicant has provided manifest. The applicant has provided a report from WSP that showed that the tea that you call is clean tea. My dog went swimming in it. My dog's doing fine. So I don't see evidence of what you're trying to pull the Wetland Commission into. There's just no evidence, and the commission has to go by what the evidence is. And if you read the record, like I have, and really go deep into it, there's a lot of evidence that nothing but clean fill has come into the site with the admitted by the applicant that demolition debris came into the site. It is on the surface. It was tested. It has nothing in it that's a contaminant. And I think if the Wetland Commission wants to go there, they can. They can request that the applicant provide more information than what WSP provided, but that's not my recommendation. I don't see any evidence that there's a problem with the fill.
I would, the Stratford High School demolition material that you reference, it's not evident to me that that's on the surface, and it's not evident to me where that is on the site.
Parameter. You can ask them that.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
And my question,
I think,
if you
hold
go
on.
into deep,
Let me interject for a second. Mr. Green, I do believe that Russ has addressed this in his presentation. If you are just to help move things. But go ahead, Russ. I'm not answering for you. I was just.
no, I just wonder if Mr. Green has gone to deep with the pictures in the complaint. I did tell Deep about the pictures that Mr. Glass has. They asked me to call Mr. Glass and send, have Mr. Glass send them the pictures. And I said, I can't talk to Mr. Glass. That'd be an ex parte communication. So you need to go to deep with this, Attorney Green. This is wasting the Wetland Commission's time. And if the commission doesn't feel that I've addressed this properly, please say so now. And if you do, then could we move on from that issue?
What about, and just looking at the questions, do you believe that a deep pre-application meeting should be required by the commission in this instance regarding the filling?
No, we all know there's court cases that there's parallel jurisdiction. In fact, if you talk to Janet Brooks, we in Roxbury denied an application that was approved by the Army Corps of Engineers. Actually, we denied an application because it did not have an Army Corps of Engineer permit yet. And it turns out the courts say you can't deny it because they don't have a permit from another agency. In fact, Janet Brooks wrote on this a couple months ago in a khaki wick thing that we all get that warned us that you can't deny applications because they don't have a permit from somebody else. I encourage the applicant to sit down with Deep. The applicant really doesn't need to sit down with Deep if they're not going to take in construction debris and process construction debris. They need to get a permit from the Wetland Commission and zoning and planning to fill the quarry as they're proposing.
It's interesting. My client, you've indicated, you asked whether my client has gone to Deep, and interestingly, my client has gone to Deep and is in discussions, but has been informed by Deep that much of this is a town issue and is not a Deep issue. So it's kind of ironic. But Mr. Chairman,
Evan should send the pictures of brick with Massac on it. That may change their mind.
All right.
But again, that material's been sampled, Mr. Green. Maybe not as much as you would like, but WSP is a reputable company that doesn't play games. I trust their data. They went to a reputable lab. I checked the quality control. I went deep into the reports to make sure that all the quality control requirements were met, and they have.
Yeah, well, I would just respond to that by saying there's not a single test pit, test hole, or well in the vicinity of the area that was filled. And that's evident in their report. I'm looking right at their monitoring location map. Nothing in that area. So I would just bring that to your attention. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead. Mr. Green, continue, please.
You know, and I will yield to Attorney Finn or the applicant if they have questions at this point, and I will make my presentation on my intervention after I hear their questions.
Whose questions? I'm sorry, I missed that.
The applicants.
Oh, questions of Mr. Duran. Public. Okay. Let's. I'm gonna go to the public right now to try to, because let's get that done, and then we can finish up with the applicant. Anybody here in the public tonight have any questions for anybody that's presented any information on this application or to the commission?
We did have a letter submitted by Margaret Miner for public comment for tonight. I don't know if she's still on or not.
I see her name still. There she is.
I can read it
Okay,
into the record.
Yeah, I don't think you need to read it. Will it be posted so people can see it or sent around to them?
Yes, it's
I
posted
can make,
already up
I
on the
can make,
website.
All right, Mrs.
okay, I can,
Margaret, could you just please state your name and address for the record?
sure. Margaret Miner, consultant with Rivers Alliance. We've been following this, as you know. I could just at the very, I think that some of my points are being made as the discussion goes on. So I could be very brief at the end, or I could do a brief summary now.
Brief now would be great.
Okay. I hope, the one thing I'm an expert in is making mistakes, trying to write conditions into permits and amendments into legislation. It is very tricky. So I hope, and I think you'll be going in the direction of, asking the applicant to just submit a new application, because the many issues are very complex, many different elements and changes. So I hope you'll be going that way. If you, in your action, if you want to hand something off to planning or hand it off to deep, I hope you'll be very specific that that's your intention, and maybe ask to have a response back, because sometimes those kinds of requests get lost. I wanted to say I'm a little puzzled that I've been listening to the experts. I'm not an expert. I've been a little puzzled by Russ Lorenzo's statement that because the intervener is complaining about fill, the only concern would be water quality. But when I listen to Chris Sullivan and when I listen to George Logan and think about it, even if material is completely clean, if you drop it into a somewhere below the surface, or you drop it into a water body or below the water table, it's going to make a difference. Forget if it might be all clean, but its size, the exact material, what kind of fragments it's in, will affect the hydrology. So I think the point I made is that there are not these bright lines between hydrology and water quality. They interact, and you can put in very clean fill, put in pure glass, and it will still disrupt a flow of water that might be going to a wetlands, or even trickling up to replenish groundwater. So I think those were my points. I appreciate the immense amount of work you people are putting in. I don't think I've ever seen such a complicated application, and I hope you will ask for them to explain what they want to do from the beginning without trying to fix this with conditions. Thanks you all.
Thank you. Anybody else in the public tonight who would like to speak on this application? Okay. Doesn't look like anybody else. I will now turn it over to then Mr. Soley, if you have questions for Russ or anybody, or questions for anything.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman. For the record, my name is Kevin Soley, licensed professional engineer in the state of Connecticut with Soley Engineering. Offices here in Monroe at 501 Main Street. I just had a question for Russ. First, I just want to thank everybody for putting in all the time and effort on this application. And Russ, thank you for your comprehensive review. I know the amount of time you put in on this with your review. And again, just to remind everybody, because I always like to do this, this entire application has been proposed to restore the site and to mitigate impacts that were caused by a previous owner. So I just want to remind everybody of that fact that the applicant and the applicant's team has been doing everything we can to try to propose activity on the site that's going to help address the issue that was caused by someone else. Russ, I had a question for you though, because in a number of your comments, you kind of talk about the plan to hydrate wetland 2 as being flawed, and I'll defer some of the wetland biology associated with it to Bill Kenny, but I'm trying to understand the reasoning for your that assessment that it's flawed. Because from an engineering standpoint, from a hydrology standpoint, we look at watersheds and we look at proposed grading activities, and we try to shape the land so that surface water flows in specific directions. And when we're dealing with something like this, we certainly can't mimic the existing material that was out there, but what we can do is propose clean fill, and we've tried to address any inconsistencies with the soil type densities or things like that by also proposing a liner, so that we're not only creating a path for superficial water to fall and drain towards those wetlands, but also put in an impervious liner to prevent and to make sure that any rainfall within the area of that proposed watershed doesn't exfiltrate into the ground and not get to that watershed. So I'm curious, what do you see as the failing in actually rehydrating that wetland?
I agree with Mr. Logan, and we both kind of said the same thing. I don't understand. I agree that the end game may work, the end when you're done, but 10 years to get there. Mr. Logan made the correct statement that things will change. The soil chemistry will change, the plant life will change. It'll be too late by then. And that's his testimony, and I agree with it. I'm more concerned about how you're going to do this while you're filling. So again, what do? Fill it up like a bathtub, and when it empties, you fill it up again, and that's not how nature works. It's not how rain works. So that's my point, that it's flawed. I don't mean any disrespect to you at all, Kevin. I have a lot of respect for you and Bill knows that. I'm just saying that I don't think it's the best plan that's out there. I think if we could do this in a year, maybe that would be good. But at 10 years, I don't see this working very well.
So your concerns are more the duration between today and finished grading. That's your concern about restoring, getting water to that wetland and ensuring that that would help the functions and activities within that wetland itself.
That's right. Plus the lack of data, what was there before, what's the hydrology, what kept the water there, why is wetland 3 gone? I agree with Mr. Logan. Might have a connection to wetland 2. We don't know. I still see major disturbance in the area of wetland 3 on the overhead map, so I'm not sure what that's about. But again, do you fill it up like a bathtub and then let it drain and fill it up again? I mean, what's the process for rehydrating this? You know, those fine details that are needed if you were going to create a wetland out of nothing. It's hard enough to, in fact, a lot of professionals will tell you never say you could create a vernal pool because it's hard to do. But it's hard enough to recreate a wetland, never mind try to bring one back to life.
Well, I'll
that
certainly.
That has no connection hydraulically to an aquifer. It's totally dependent on the stormwater, and that's it.
So I'll definitely be taking an opportunity to kind of run through those details again, because I know that Commissioner Spence had some questions regarding the dewatering, and you raised some of those questions again. You know, that information is on our plan set, because we incorporate into our SEC plans, and we kind of worked with actually Scott Schatzline to make some revisions to that. So I'll go through that in detail at one point, but because I do think it's in there, and we can certainly provide at least clarity with what our intentions were and how we would do that. But before I dive into that too much, I wanted to also give Bill an opportunity to see if he had any questions for you, or if he wanted to provide anything regarding the wetland biology for Wetland 2.
Thanks, Kevin. Bill Kenny, wetland scientist, soil scientist, and landscape architect for the applicant. And at this time, I think, Kevin, the questions you asked about the concerns for failure with regard to the hydrologic conditions, those are the primary questions that I had. So I'd like to provide some explanation once we finish working through with Russ, but I don't have any questions for him at this time.
And Kevin, I welcome that, because I've watched the public hearings more than once, trying to really get a clear understanding, and I don't see those details in there. And again, I said this, if they're there, I didn't see them, and I welcome to understand that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Solly? Kevin?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman, I have a couple of questions for Russ, and just a very quick response to Mr. Green. I will be brief. With respect to, again, it's Steve Finn for the applicant. With respect to Mr. Green's position about the fact that it was, the executive order says where feasible, the fact of the matter is Mr. Dorenzo gave a very detailed outline at your last hearing, and he was asked to supplement that with a letter, but that was sort of a recapitulation of what he had already said. And so it was more than feasible for the intervener to submit materials before this afternoon. So I just wanted to point that out for the record. Russ, just a couple of quick questions and perhaps a clarification. At one point, I think you said that there was the property to the east of the site had contributed to some degradation on this property. And at another point, I think you may have misspoken and said it was a property to the west. Am I correct that it's the property to the east that you were referring to?
That's correct.
Okay. And just ironically, that property is owned by the intervener. I didn't know if you knew that, but I wanted to point that out for the record. A couple of more questions. So in reading the report dated November 17th, 2020 that you submitted, I think, Monday, let me ask you this. You know, in terms of trying to cure this problem, look, everyone recognizes that there were problems caused to the wetlands on this property. No one's disputed that. The question is how best to fix that problem or remediate that problem. And so we can't create natural storms. We can't mimic nature in trying to do that. So, you know, when people have to restore wetlands or create wetlands, don't they have to use, they can't rely on nature to do that in order to do it quickly. Am I wrong about that, or am I right about that?
You're right about that.
Okay. So in order to restore these wetlands, we do need some artificial ways of getting water to it other than natural rainfall, correct? Is that fair or?
It's fair. Okay.
Okay, all right. And with regard, I think I just have one more, Russ. With regard to your suggestions and your alternatives, which I think I agree with you. You're not really saying they're alternatives to the plan. They're alternative ways of trying to make up for this problem that we all recognize, and that is that there was some damage caused to these wetlands historically. But you seem to be saying that putting aside trying to restore wetland 2, or even dealing with the pond that everyone is debating whether it's really a wetland or not, that mitigation would really cure all those evils. In other words, it would take care of the fact whether the pond is a wetland or not, and whether this plan to restore hydrology to wetland 2, that even if they all failed, but we had a mitigation plan in place, that would make this work and approvable. Is that fair? As long as the mitigation plan sort of made up as best as possible for the problems that have been created.
That's up to the commission, what's approvable and what's not.
Agreed, but would you say that, would you agree that that is one way of remediation when you have damaged wetlands, that you do mitigation in lieu of actually remediating the actual damaged wetlands?
I already said that in the letter, right?
Okay, I just want to make sure. Thank you. I think that's it. Just give me one more minute, Mr. Chairman. I think I'll conclude. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So now we will have the commissioners ask questions of the applicant for the, I believe will be the remainder of the meeting. But we do have to, it's important that we do get the questions out tonight. So the applicant, if they can't answer them now, can answer them by the next meeting, which the applicant should probably have the lion's share of the time at our next meeting. So let's get these questions out. I'm not even going to ask Commissioner Spence to go first. So I'll start with Commissioner Stewart, just to save time.
Okay, to the applicant. In your hydrology report, you talk about the water level increasing in the hole 20 to 30 feet. Do you stand by that number?
Well, actually, so that was an assumption based on a number of different elements, based on kind of where water level has been observed in the past.
Excuse me, Kevin. Please just identify yourself for the record again, so it's clear who's speaking.
Sure. For the record, Kevin Soley, for the applicant. So we had made some assumptions based on a number of different things: historical activity on the property, where groundwater had been encountered during the excavations. But actually, I think that was actually reinforced through the hydrogeology study prepared by WSP, where they actually made some conclusions on where they felt groundwater elevation would be in the future. And I think that's actually been reinforced by Mr. DiRenzo, as he's opined on where that water level is and what that what his assumption would be in terms of how that area should be filled in. I want to make a point because it's something that was kind of brought up in a couple of different instances, and there were some allegations made at a hearing a few meetings back by an engineer hired by the intervener. I talked about groundwater around the site that had been filled in over the life of the quarry. And I think based on my experience on the property, that was unfounded, because this is a very large site that has that was a rock mining operation. So throughout the years, as the site was operated, they would drill and blast, and then they would move the face back and they would go deeper. But what would happen is you have a very large drainage area that exists within the extent of the excavation. And every time it rains, that water will go and accumulate in the low spot. And there are historical photographs and aerials that show different spots of water throughout the site in different snapshots in time. And there have been assertions made that that was always groundwater. And we don't believe that to be the case. We don't agree with that, because a lot of that water area is simply drainage and a low spot within the property where when it rains and you have, 15, 20, 30 acres of contributing watershed going to a low spot that's perched on rock, that water is going to sit there for a while. And that water is going to accumulate, it's going to get some depth, and as it slowly evaporates, that's when that water recedes. So a lot of the claims and assertions that have been made that there's been all this groundwater that's been filled in throughout the property, we don't agree with that. And frankly, only in the deepest part of the site, and I think that's shown, and there's been pictures provided by the intervener that shows different snapshots in time, and the only place where there's a steady, consistent location of water is that deepest northernmost part, and that elevation range from about 382, and then the rock face that's adjacent to it is about 411, 410. So we think that there's likely, we don't believe that the water is nearly as, the groundwater is in the areas that they were claimed before. So what we had done and what we had talked about previously was we had proposed that we would only use native material within the limits of where we believe groundwater may be. And we had actually identified that as elevation 410. And that was actually reinforced, and I believe that was part of the conclusion in the hydrogeology report, that was where that assumption was, where that's what the assumed elevation for that. Yeah.
Because I look at the on your map where it says 400 feet, that's the elevation of the water line at the time of this report.
Excuse me, that's correct. It is 400.
Okay, so then when he says it could increase by 20 to 30 feet from that, does that take you to 430?
No, it wouldn't. It's not 20 to 30 feet above that. It's 20 to 30 feet above the existing grade, which is 382 in that location.
It said the elevation in the deep bed aquifer could increase. Isn't that the elevation of the water in the aquifer? And I'm taking it that he's saying it would be the same as well too at 430. So that
I would actually
elevation would be the same across that. I know that Mr. Duranzo doesn't agree with that, but I'm just trying to understand your report.
I would actually point to page 8 of the WSP hydrogeology report by Ken Taylor, where he actually concludes that the estimated post-rehabilitation bedrock groundwater elevation would be approximately 411.
Page 8. All right, which one is page 8?
Yeah.
Post bedrock groundwater, where, in which location? Because you have a pretty large site here where the groundwater is dropping down.
That's near the quarry hole. So that's in that deepest part of the site.
So how do you equate the 20 to 30 feet?
I think that's 20 to 30 feet above the existing grade in that location at 382. That's where that 411 would.
The grade is 382, so that would be 410 is what you're saying?
410, 411, yes.
Okay. Okay, next question. I had asked a couple meetings ago whether you found any similar projects using certified this clean fill with asphalt and concrete that have worked in the past. Did you ever find anything that's an example of a similar project that has worked?
We have not found any specific projects that could be used as a good example for this. I think this site's a little bit unique. I do want to point out that in our material intake protocol, and we've represented a number of times that we aren't looking to propose to use asphalt as fill material, whether it's asphalt fragments greater than 4 inches, even though that meets the definition of clean fill. We're not proposing to use any asphalt at all as fill material on the site, and any asphalt that exists on the site would be stockpiled and only used for sub-base material, road-based material, which is the really only appropriate use for that material.
So you're not proposing any asphalt at all as fill on the site at this?
That's correct.
Several meetings ago, I also asked about the proposed liner and the lack of a detail. Have you provided that as of yet?
We have, and actually on sheet 3.02 of our plan set, we have a detail for that liner, and that was something that was a question that Lois had, and I can actually, if I could share my screen, I can kind of pull up some of the information because we did prepare some stuff to run through based on Lois's comments. Perfect. So we do have some details on an impervious liner, and that's essentially a 6-inch layer where we're establishing what that material would be, the minimum sieve it would have to pass, what that would look like, and we'd have compacted grade below it. We put that liner. We would then put more additional clean fill above that liner, and then topsoil to top that off. And we're basically showing that would either be an impervious liner material of a material with a specific fine content, or a mixture with bentonite clay, or alternatively it could be a mill poly to replicate the impervious material that would be used for that.
Yeah, but did you give the thickness of the actual liner?
Yeah, we said 6 inches thick.
Okay, I couldn't see that. Is that in a new set of drawings, or is that in the ones we have?
That should have been included in the last set of plans that we had submitted to you. We had submitted some additional information to planning and zoning, and I think we've been waiting to kind of have this finished discussion so we could finalize all this material. Another one of your comments that you had made is we actually provided notes on our plans, both in sections and on the grading plan itself, where we actually call out, let me see which section this would be on. The elevation for where native material would be placed. And now we had actually determined that before. I believe you had, but we can certainly make sure of it. I think we may have made some revisions after our last hearing and submitted to planning and zoning, but had not resubmitted to wetlands. But we did have that. We did add that information to the plans, and I think that was it. We had said 410, but then the hydrogeology report came out and said 411, so we were going to make that adjustment.
May I interrupt for just 1 second? What plan set are you referring to, Kevin? On mine, doesn't have that 3.02 detail. I got a 302.
Yeah.
One.
So what I'm realizing is that we submitted revised information to the Wetlands Commission. We then submitted revised information to Planning and Zoning, and that was subsequent to our meeting with you. And after your meeting, and you requested to add this additional information regarding the native fill, the detail for the fill material, I'm realizing we submitted that, we incorporated in the plans that were sent to Planning and Zoning, but those revisions didn't get back to Wetlands, which I'm just realizing now. And I think kind of as we were compiling all the other reports from the hydrogeologist and from WSP, I clearly made a failing in record keeping. So we'll get all of these revised plans to the commission tomorrow morning.
Okay, Commissioner Stewart, you're still you.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Gingras.
No, I'm good right now. I want to see the new plans.
Okay, Commissioner Mastrocco.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Hall.
Yes. You saw in the summary from Mr. DiRenzo several alternatives to your proposed remediation plan, and you had presented in your Appendix C some alternative plans. Would you be open to implementing some of the plans from that Mr. DiRenzo proposed? If so, could you comment? And if not, could you comment?
Sure. You know, we still stand behind our proposal that the best way to restore and remediate the impact would be to restore the watershed for Wetland 2 and for Vernal Pool 2. So we still think that that's the best course of action for this application. That being said, you know, we also understand that there's a lot of concern about the duration of time that we would need to place this material and source this much material, and that you know, Mr. DiRenzo made some recommendations, and I think that fourth bullet, you know, use clean processed fill and rock cuttings on site to fill the quarry and perform the filling within 5 years. The remediation plan should also have proposed a mitigation alternative if the remediation plan is not successful. I think we've had a lot of lengthy discussions on this application. As I said, we still believe that our plan is the best plan, and we think this will actually pack the most punch in achieving the goals of restoring Vernal Pool 2 and Wetland 2. If the commission still has concerns about the length of time it would take, I think the applicant would be willing to consider maybe off-site mitigation at another location. We'd have to work on finding maybe a piece of property that could be donated to the town to offer additional mitigation, and then fill the site to a lower elevation that may not achieve the same goal as restoring the watershed, but that could maybe be done in a 5-year period. We don't think that's the best course of action. We still maintain that a 10-year plan to actually bring in this material, restore the hydrology, restore that watershed, we think that'd be a better, preferable option. But at this point, we're happy to continue to work with the commission and get more feedback from the commission in terms of which they feel is they're most comfortable with in regards to this application. I think Mr. DiRenzo also made some other assertions and conclusions that the filling material will not adversely impact the wetlands. And we think it will only benefit the wetlands for restoring this watershed. We still maintain that, and we still think we need 10 years to source all this material. But if the commission has gotten to the point where they have still concerns over that, we'd be willing to look at an alternative of maybe finding a potential off-site mitigation source, either as a backup or as something else to consider.
Okay. Your plan was in 3 phases, if I remember correctly.
That's correct.
And it's the first phase that fills the hole, starts at the top and works out, or is it the opposite direction?
So the first phase was focused on cleaning up the front of the site and filling in the deepest part of the site towards the rear. So let me go to our SEC plans, and I'll kind of rehash that. And then this might be a good opportunity to talk a little about the dewatering process that we had been proposing. So this is our overall first phase of the SEC plans, which again would be to kind of clean up the front portion, maintain the existing scale house to use that for tracking material as it comes in and out of the site, establish our detention basins, and then fill the rear portion of the site to elevation roughly 416, 418 to get us out of that deepest hole. So the first phase would be to get us out of the water, get us above the water, get to elevation 416, 418 and the northernmost portion of the site, clean up the entirety of the front half of the site, and establish the detention basins.
What was the time period for that first phase?
1 to 2 years.
So it would be possible that we could start to see some results or have a better understanding of the long-term view in a couple of years.
Absolutely.
Aid in the 5-year view that Mr. DiRenzo said.
Absolutely.
So looking at this as the discussion seems to be 10 years around everything, and in reality, the key area we're talking about would show the largest amount of change within a shorter period of time.
That's correct. And you know, our proposal to dewater into wetland 2 was really to address the dehydration that took place and try to get water up there as quickly as possible while it takes time to fill the majority of the site. And just to touch on it, you know, briefly, one of the things that we did is we established, you know, sedimentation basins in the low-lying areas, because construction sites evolve, and as you place fill, you have to adjust where the low spot is, and then those overall contributing watersheds and the drainage areas all drain to low spots. So we had proposed a sedimentation basin in the northeast corner, a sedimentation basin in this location here as like a midpoint, and then an additional one a little bit further south. And we had actually, through working with the town engineer and Scott Schatzline, he had actually made a recommendation that rather than have just one larger sediment basin where we source all of our water for dewatering, try to create a couple of other pockets where during storm events, when it rains and there's a lot of rainwater that's generated, so a natural event, that's when the water accumulates in these low-lying areas, these sedimentation basins and sedimentation traps. Only then would we then utilize pumps to pump that water out. We would be putting in a sump. We did have a detail of the pump, and we also put in diffuser boxes so that as we pump up from those low-lying sedimentation basins, the water that would be pumped out would be cleaned. It'd go through a filter. It would go into a diffuser box, and then from the diffuser box, it would go into a perforated pipe, which is essentially along the edge of the wetland and the vernal pool in question, so that it would essentially seep out through those perforations of that pipe to try to mimic surface water flow through that area during a regular rain event. Now, Mr. DiRenzo is exactly right. We can't exactly recapture a flash thunderstorm event where it drops 2 inches in an hour. It's impossible for us to do that, and we aren't representing that we could do that. What we can do is when it rains, when there's water, when that water accumulates and settles, because that's what water does for a large area like this, we can then capture that water, we can make sure it's clean, and we can pump it up, and we can allow that to exfiltrate through a perforated pipe to somewhat mimic what a surface water flow would be if the watershed was restored. We believe that is an engineering approach to address this issue. It's not a perfect mimic of nature, and frankly, we don't think that's a possibility. But it's the best way to do it, and it wouldn't be fill it up, let it drain, and then fill it up again. It would be mimicking rainfall events, and when water accumulates, we have a very large area here that contributes to these various basins and these various sediment traps. So, you know, we have, based on DEP's stormwater or SEC requirements, we have to have 53,000 cubic feet of storage just for this area alone in the northernmost portion of the site. There's going to be a lot of rainwater generated. So the dewatering, which essentially takes place over all 3 phases, and it all mimics a similar thing where during these phases we can dewater, we can get that water up, we can try to get it back into the wetland. We believe that's the best way to handle it from an engineering standpoint.
And that structure that you're showing in your picture there, that would be in place and operational in phase one?
Yes, we would have 3 potential dewatering locations in phase 1 all along the easterly edge.
And so that would be in the first couple of years.
That's
Yes.
correct. So in those first couple of years, we'd actually be able to see and mimic and understand what's going on in those piezometers that have been installed within those wetlands to see if we're having any impact. We think we would.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, back to you then. Thanks, Kevin.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Okay, that kind of answers my
Mr.
question.
Romano,
Who's that?
are we gonna continue this? I mean, I'm done. I'm gonna have to punch out for the night. I can't do this anymore.
We just have to, the questions have to be, you can certainly leave the meeting, I believe.
I gotta leave the meeting. I can't do this anymore tonight.
We've done this before. Right?
I'm sorry. I got another 11-hour day
No,
tomorrow.
I understand. I understand. We're just gonna figure out how we're gonna deal with it. Barbara, a commissioner could just leave the meeting, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's still a quorum, but I don't know. Are there any other commission questions at this point in time?
I do. And
That's
I
really
think
the last
just
thing you
get
were
the-
looking to do, isn't it?
Just get the questions, yeah.
They could even be responded to at the next meeting, as long as
Yes.
the
They don't have to be responded
applicant
to, yeah.
simply knows what the questions are.
Okay. Commissioner Gingrich, you're free to go. Let the record show that Commissioner Gingrich left the meeting at 11:13 p.m. So where was I? So I was asking, we can leave that up. So Mr. Kevin, so the water initially would be pumped out of the hole that's there now. That starts the process?
That's correct. And I'd like to point out too that water has been tested, included in the WSP
Yeah.
analysis, and that water was clean.
No, I'm not concerned about, that's fine. I'll be trying to be concise as possible. But there'll be a big gap then from the time that gets pumped out to when you have the basins built. I mean, I guess it's ultimately going to get pumped out after a rainstorm. But it's not to remove groundwater, correct? It's just to keep it, just to mimic the rain events?
Well, yeah, and it was really to manage the placement of fill material within that area, and I think Mr. Dorenzo, he's made some statements. He doesn't think it's best to dewater at all. Generally when you have an area that has some standing water, you want to dewater it before placing material because it just helps manage the placement of material. That was part of our approach, and we still think that's an appropriate way to do it. And obviously the general permit from DEP does allow that to happen.
Okay. And then on the town drainage pond there on the west side, right alongside Enterprise Drive. Is that in full operation right now? Meaning that
It is.
all
That-
the water is intended to, all the water that was intended to flow into it by design, is it receiving that water now?
So that basin was initially sized and designed to accommodate stormwater runoff from Independence Drive and Enterprise Drive, but also can collect stormwater from this site itself. All of the municipal drainage is draining to it, so from Enterprise and Independence. I think part of, is through our review with staff, I think Scott did want us to put some additional maybe trash racks on the outlet control structure, but other than that, it is functioning as designed and intended, and it has been restored to its initially approved shape and configuration.
And that water that enters that device ends up in Wetlands 1 and Monroe Pool 1, ultimately?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. So there wouldn't be so that wouldn't be, that couldn't possibly be what's affecting the pond is there, or any other extra discharge into it?
I wouldn't expect that to be the case just because of the historical data we have on Wetland 1. You know, the municipal drainage has been draining to it since its inception, probably 2008, maybe 2010. I'm not exactly sure when Independence Drive was constructed. But you know, again, I would tend to agree with Mr. Kenny that the additional water is likely from the dewatering from the deeper part of the site.
Okay, and that's obviously not going to be the case anymore. And as you said, right? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Ultimately, in the end, and then the pond. Are you still going to plan on using that pond for the site drainage? Ultimately, in the end.
Yes, there would be drainage, some site drainage going to that, and I think actually I have it here. We have our watershed maps, you know, that were included as part of our engineering report, and obviously our proposed watershed map does have some area that drains to that municipal basin, and that actually matches what was previously approved to drain to that same municipal basin.
Okay, so somewhere in the middle of, somewhere between where it is today without any water going into it from pump action and then the ultimate finish, there will be a change in the amount of water flowing through this wetlands, which according to all the professionals' opinion is the best wetland system on the site, probably in the area. So I think it'll be a concern down the road that whatever, you know, to keep that as pure as possible, I guess is what I'm getting at. Then lastly, the ultimate final grade of the site, and it's, I understand that things, I don't know if actually, I would assume, I could be wrong, that depending on what your ultimate end use is, some of these grades can change against what you're proposing right now.
I mean, potentially, ultimately, the goal would be to develop these properties to be contributing parcels to the commercial tax base.
Of course.
You know, yeah, in the absence of knowing what that looks like, this is our proposal. I think what we've done is we've provided target grades so that if this is developed with an industrial building in the future, or commercial building in the future, we can still maintain drainage to the various wetlands to make sure we're capturing that same watersheds needed to make sure these systems thrive.
Okay, and then my other part of that question is, how does your proposed grading now compare to what was proposed, or I guess approved or permitted in 2005, 2006, whenever that happened?
It kind of, the issue with what happened in 2000, what was approved in 2006, is it reduced the contributing watershed down to, so this was the former watershed before any activity. The approval brought that down to about 5 acres, so it nearly cut it in half. And they had much lower.
Picture, hold on 1 second so I don't get confused. This picture you're showing, go back. Is that existing conditions? 2005 proposed grading.
So this is the I'm showing on the screen excerpts from our engineering report and the watershed maps, which are included in Appendix F. This map that I have is the former watershed prior to any activity on the site whatsoever, and it shows those 9.7 acres contributing to this wetland system. Now I'm going to another figure, which is the previously approved plans, which shows the 2 large industrial buildings, and it shows the watershed that was approved to contribute to that eastern wetland system, which is about 5 acres. So it brought it from 9.7 down to 5. You know, while we're talking about watersheds, I want to make one more quick point, because there was something in Mr. Logan's testimony, and I think even Russ may have questioned it, about the contributing watershed from 2014, and how there was such a degradation in these wetland functions from 14 when there wasn't any change to the watershed. And I want to state on the record that's an incorrect statement, and I'm even going to show an aerial from Mr. Logan's own report, which shows the condition in 2014. You can see the face of the excavation of the earthwork operations is only midway through the property. And the existing topography that existed in a former condition all still remains to the north of that. And included in our initial response to the wetland violation, we included a figure that showed the survey of the site in 2014. And you can see that the contributing watershed to that wetland in 2014 was far greater than where it is today. And, you know, it was probably closer to, you know, I'm going to say 5 or 6 acres. And in today's condition, again, as we've testified before on the record, we are now down to, in existing conditions, right now, we only have 2 acres of contributing watershed to that wetland. The reduction in watershed from 14 to today is why those wetlands have lost their functions and values. That's been our conclusion from day one.
So,
and that's why we've proposed what we have.
So we have both a vertical and a horizontal failure to the original proposal, so to speak.
That's correct.
Okay. But what I'm asking also is if the permitted site grading for future development in 2005 brought this down. So I guess the reason to bring it up back to closer to the original grade is there just to restore the wetlands, but may not ultimately be the best for commercial development.
I think it's, you know, we were asked to look at how to fix the wetland issue. It's going to be fine for commercial development, whether it's, you know, what was approved in 2005 or what's currently proposed, or if it's some blend of that. We still think you can definitely accommodate a commercial development and still achieve the goals of restoring this wetland watershed and rehydrating this wetland.
Okay, and then there's also a grading. Which plan is this now that you got up here? This is our new proposed.
This was the watershed of the previous approved. Yeah, this is our watershed of our proposed.
Okay, this is the final grading. That's the final grading proposal?
That's correct.
So there's a big slope between the lot that's off of Cambridge versus the one off Enterprise?
That's correct.
And what happens if somebody comes along and says, I want to have this whole site at one elevation, got a huge use, like wants to combine the two, either a big, enormous building or something really flat?
Well, I think, you know, I think if they wanted to do one big use that was going to be flat across the entire site, I think we would have to be addressing the loss in watershed in a different way. I certainly haven't, you know, I think that this is the best way to do it. And if that means that you have 2 commercial buildings, 2 industrial buildings instead of 1, I think that's the better way to address it from, you know, frankly, from the future development standpoint of the property.
Okay, that's it. That's it for me. Commissioner Spence? I saw a piece of paper you held up in the air.
Yeah, afraid so.
Scariest thing I've seen in a long time.
It is scary, especially since there's so many questions that I have that I don't even think we'll be able to start addressing.
Well, let's before you start, we definitely want you to state all the questions for sure. So we don't want you to linger too long. And if you feel, I guess, to the applicant, if Kevin, when you get all these questions, if one of them you feel is a very quick answer and you just want to check it off, or if you feel you better spent for you to figure out answers to that in the off time, be more prepared for the next meeting. I'll leave that up to you. It is 11:26, and I was hoping not to have to add another date to tonight's hearing.
I do have, you know, we obviously went through this at the last hearing, and I wrote down all of Lois's questions, and I can probably address a lot of them. We kind of tailored the presentation to address a lot of these. It may not answer all of them now that we've had some additional discussion tonight. So I'm happy to do it either way. I can kind of run through some of the things that we had pulled down from her last questions, or we can have her go through them again.
Well, Lois, Lois, your last week, your questions are on the record. You have additional questions from last week besides from what you had last week?
Yeah.
All right, let's start with that.
That were not addressed yet.
I understand that none of your questions were addressed from last week. But let's start with your new questions so that they can record those and have time to answer them, you know, on the off between now and the next meeting, and then we'll let Kevin respond to what he can respond to tonight. How's that sound?
Okay. I'm looking for a pretty detailed narrative. I would really rather see it cut down into months or processes to start with. Like you keep saying, well, we're going to start pumping the water right away. You can't pump the water right away. You have to install the pipe. How are you going to install the pipe? I noticed that you're going through a lot of areas that are not disturbed yet. You're taking away 50 and more feet of what appears to be, from the map, undisturbed area. Now, wouldn't that be better left undisturbed rather than disturbing it and putting in something artificial? That's number one. That's the kind of thing I want to see in the narrative. What is the progression of the actual work? You know, just cleaning up the front of the site and filling the back, that's not enough. Where does the pump go? I mean, maybe these are in the plans that we didn't get yet, but since we don't have them, I can't really do much with that. I can't even look it up myself. That's one set of questions, and that can go on forever. I'm going to start from backwards.
No, it's okay. So just our detailed phase soil receptacle control plans, they do have that information in terms of like the pumps and where those go and how those go. None of those have been revised. The information is there, but yeah, we are prepared to kind of go through that in a little bit more detail for you.
Okay, and including the installation of the pipe?
Yes. And we're not proposing to disturb anything with the installation of those pipes. We're only putting those within the area that's been previously disturbed along the top of the slope. And, you know, you can kind of see here on the screen, you know, so this is the existing limit of disturbance. And we're kind of within that area on the top of that face. The actual rock face probably starts here. So we're kind of right on the edge of that on the uphill side to drain into the wetlands.
That looks like a short area. Look at the gauge, and then you realize that it's a lot more than what it appears to be. It looks like a nice little thin strip until you realize that an inch is 50 feet. So, or however much it is. So, anyway. Who pushes the button to start the pump from going? You say there's a rain event. Is there a sensor that senses the certain height of the water that starts the pump? Or does somebody have to manually start it and stop it when you're going to rewater for after a rain event or whatever it is that you were? That's just something that popped into my head at the end. If you did come up with a mitigation plan instead of the pumping of the water, would you still want to fill the hole up to the grade that you're proposing?
I would, yes, because I think this is the ultimate way to fix this issue from a long-term standpoint. I think we would still propose this.
Okay.
And we think it would work. And I think Bill Kenny thinks that even if it takes 10 years, the functions of these wetlands would come back if we restore the watershed.
Actually, since you mentioned Bill Kenny, if I can jump to him for just 1 minute. I did notice that REMA had a lot of questions for you so that they could opine on some things, and they haven't received any answers. I would like to hear what they have to opine on. So we would need your answers to them so that they can make their opinions known. Thank you. Back to you, Kevin. Bouncing around. Where in the program is the building on 64 Cambridge to be built? Is that our last thing in the program?
No, it'd be the start of phase 2.
So how is the scale house and all that going to be affected by that development?
Yep. So we would maintain the scale house in its current location as part of phase 1. And then once we get to phase 2 and we start construction of that, the scale house moves in those individual phases. So let me zoom out a little bit here and you can see. But so in phase 1, it's maintained in its current location. In phase 2, we would be moving that interior to the site, and then phase 3 it would be moved off of Independence as activity would come from that location.
Okay. This is something that concerns me greatly, and it kind of dovetails off of what Keith was saying before. You've got mitigation or remediation for a piece of property that involves another piece of property with another address. And from my experience, when you're done with your project, you split the two properties, one gets sold individually, they each get sold off individually. Now, the Wetlands Commission does not get a chance to look at the wetlands on 64. When you sell Independent, the Wetlands Commission will not be able to consider how that's affecting the wetlands that you just went through all this effort to rehydrate. It seems to me that you can't have any remediation for 64 Cambridge on any other property. It has to stay and come from 64 Cambridge so that when they are sold individually, whenever that is, that each piece gets its own responsibility. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I do understand where you're coming from and your concerns. I'll only say that the Wetlands Commission gets a say no matter what happens on this property in the future, because the entire site is within a regulated area. The existence of these vernal pools and the 450-foot upland or regulated area from those vernal pools, no one can do anything on either of these properties without coming to the commission. And frankly, the fact that this is a joint application that covers both properties, that's not an uncommon event that happens nowadays. And frankly, any modifications to either would require this commission's review and approval.
Notwithstanding, it's been my experience that as soon as you present a property for development, we're kind of pushed into a corner where we have to approve something, and that impervious liner goes almost halfway across that property. How are you going to possibly build a building on that 3 feet down without disturbing that liner? The liner.
Well,
I just don't see how it's going to work.
If we're building a building, we can disturb the liner because we would be replacing it with pavement and asphalt. And then as part of that, we can make sure that we're collecting the same amount of water, the same amount of watershed, and we're going to be able to continue to feed that wetland in that same manner. That's why we ended up at 366, because there were some, we initially started at elevation 382. And there were some comments made by a number of different folks that said we can bring that down as low as we can. And the existing grade along the existing face at its along the wetland edge is about 356. We need to make sure we have enough, cover to actually build a building, put in pavement, put in drainage pipes, and still outlet to make sure that that same amount of water gets to these wetlands in the future.
Mhm. Well, oh God, it just totally ran away. You originally, the first plan that you brought us, before you brought us this revised plan, had a much steeper slope. And it was all on, I believe it was all on the Cambridge side. And then when Mr. Sullivan suggested that you cut down the amount of fill, suddenly the grading went way out. Why couldn't you just chop the top off of it and leave the same amount, or build up a bigger berm, but leave it the other side lower, and keep most of the watershed area on 64 Cambridge by building a berm higher and still allowing the other side to be flatter? And I'm not making any sense because it's getting too late.
Well, actually, Lois, if you don't mind, I think I know what this is trying to say. Or
Wow.
this is going to be actually, because I was thinking the same exact thing. Okay, if the horizontal violation in the removal of material from the site was never done, and the watershed to the wetlands too had never been disturbed, right? Why couldn't you just restore that part of it? And then, I think what Lois is getting to, not bringing as much material, just restore the part that where you lost the watershed, and then, keep it down closer to what was the original proposed 05 plan. Just fix what the damage was on that one side. Obviously, there was also damage done by going too deep, but still bringing that up. Is that what you're trying to say, Lois?
Yeah, basically, I just want to get most of that liner off that property and have most of the watershed come off of 64 Cambridge and not off Independence. And I'm sure that there's a way to do it, because engineers can figure out just about anything. And so I would like to see that instead of the gradual grading. I would like to see a much more. In fact, you yourself even said you thought that the steeper slope would discourage encroachment. And I thought that
we did. We were proposing a 3-to-1. We were proposing a 3-to-1 slope through the vernal pool envelope because we think that establishes a better edge, a better protection. This significantly reduces that slope. We can still put in, physical demarcation, but I still maintain that a steeper slope through that envelope is better.
Well, beyond, you like the steeper slope? Is that what you're saying?
Through the envelope, I do, because I think it's going to create a better finished condition. That's going to, it requires import of more material, but I think it leaves a better finished condition.
But it doesn't create more material. It doesn't need more material if you do just a large berm. And I see large berms all over the place. It doesn't have to go over the whole site. It can be just in that area, even up to the property line. See what you can do up to the property. It's an alternative. And I would like to see that the two properties actually split, but I know that's not possible right now. So that would just be that's one of my major concerns, is having the remediation on one property and having the other property dependent on it. Can't even read anymore. Yeah, the cleaning of the water that you're going to be pumping up, that is a concern for me, and the other experts have discussed about nitrogen and phosphorus load and how we're going to address that, because that will change the chemical composition and everything of the dirt and the water, everything else. The details on the pumping, is that on the new set of plans? All of the detail?
We do have additional details on the latest, which will get submitted tomorrow.
That include how often, how much filtration, how long you're going to use this system? Does it ever go away? or does it continue? And if it is going to
It,
go
it,
away, when will it go away?
you know, it would continue as long as we have low-lying areas that are going to be collecting stormwater during rainfall events. You know, during when we have sediment basins that fill up and accumulate, we would be, and we have that water until we have just surface water drainage. We'd want to be using that.
Okay. There was also mention of a conservation easement. Did that that was earlier, and you said that would be discussed later on in the program. And we're getting pretty late in the program.
And I think part of that definition of what that conservation is somewhat dependent upon where this commission sees your ultimate desires going with this application. If this commission, you know, wants to see offsite mitigation and an approval that only lasts 5 years, our conservation easement may be different because we're not going to be restoring the limits of the vernal pool envelope because we can't get enough material. Versus if the commission is comfortable giving us a permit for 10 years, which we believe your regulations give you the right to do, and we can achieve these grades, we can provide those conservation easements in a little bit different location and maybe provide a little bit more surrounding wetland 2 and vernal pool 2.
Okay. Something else I would like to see considered is, I'm sure this is going to go over like a lead balloons, splitting that, as everybody has mentioned, splitting these into two different applications, one for remediation and one for development. It's extremely hard to try to do this when they're combined, and splitting phases per application. Making a 2-year plan for our purposes is extremely difficult to police. It's very hard to keep up with. It's hard to try to figure out what we're doing right now. It's too big. If you cut it down into phases, we saw how we did after phase number 1, and we come in with phase number 2 and say, okay, this is the next step. Trying to put them all at the same time, if one fails, and then, you know, I don't know. I just don't think it makes a lot of sense, the size and the way that we're doing this. I would also, more alternatives, not the ones that, from the hypotheticals of 2006 that weren't really ever wetlands related and were no approvals from wetlands, and that didn't happen. They're hypothetical. They don't exist. So we can't really compare apples to apples.
I think with that, I'd just like to make one point, and I think I'd actually I'd say something that Mr. Dorenzo said before. Alternatives are required when an application results with a direct wetland impact. This is a restoration plan to address prior bad acts. The need for alternatives, you know, I could show you 9 different ways on how the site could get redeveloped in the future, but, you know, I don't think any of that has any real purview of what our proposal is to restore the watershed and restore the site, because a lot of those alternatives may not achieve those same goals. I think Mr. Sullivan had an alternative recommendation of converting this into a water park inside the quarry. I could draw that, but you know, when we really talk about what this was all prepared in response to a notice of violation. The violation was there was activity that impacted wetlands. And when we're asked to, what's our proposal to restore that, this is our proposal.
You're lucky it's this late.
No. Well, I think it's hard. But I do think it's hard to provide additional alternatives if they don't achieve the goals.
Well, actually, this is having a direct impact on wetlands, and whether or not it's a remediation or a development application, it's still having a direct impact. And I think we do have the right to ask for other ways to do it. If all the professionals, or if many of the professionals that we have heard from don't think it's going to work. So if there are enough people that don't think it's going to work, then perhaps alternatives that might work differently or better would be better looked at. And
I'm just going to say the conclusion from George Logan's report was the first priority of any work is allowed to take place at the site, concentrate on the restoration of the watershed to W2. That was George Logan's final conclusion, was restore the watershed to W2. That conclusion was shared by Chris Sullivan at NCTDD, or the Southwest Conservation District. I think Russ said he agreed that if we do the work, it's going to restore the watershed. His concern was whether or not the wetland will still function in 10 years if the watershed restored. Our soil scientist has testified that it will. And Mr. Logan said, I'm not sure the overarching goals of Mr. Logan, because all they seem to do is try to continuously delay the application and make this take longer than it needs to.
Right, we're
But
not going.
yeah.
I'm
Kevin,
down to-
Commissioner Spence,
I'm good for tonight. That's got to be enough to work on for a while.
okay. Commissioner Romano, can I speak for a moment? It's Arnold Karp. I'm actually
State
managing
your name
member.
and state your
Yes,
name and
Arnold
address.
Karp. I'm the managing member of the 2 properties and the LLCs that are the holders of those properties. I need a little definition. I've sat here for now 7 months and listened to the consultants, the interveners, my own consultants, and I don't have any clear answers, as I feel the commission does, on where they would like us to head. I hear Commissioner Spence saying more alternatives. What I'd like to know is, one of the things that Russ pointed out tonight was an off-site mitigation possibility. Do I spend between now and the next meeting looking at that? Is that something the commission would like to explore? Remember, the bottom line is to correct a violation and then put this property into a standard that it can be developed. The only way this becomes a good piece of property from a development and a town standard is for us to develop it. I keep on hearing this wetland is toast and the other wetland is toast and there's no way to do it. On the other hand, if we do nothing, it doesn't move it ahead for any of us. So what I'm asking the commission is, would you like us to look into what Russ has clearly pointed out? He's got 4 alternatives. I'm happy to look into a few of those if that's something the commission would even like us to consider.
My answer to that is, I would think that the fact that it was stated by our third-party professional, Russ, that as an option, it would probably be worthwhile to at least explore it at the top level, on the surface, and see if that is even an opportunity. There may not be an opportunity, right? You'd have to find, I don't even know where that, if it obviously I would assume it have to be in this town, if it was gonna be off-site, if that's even feasible for you. So I guess either it's a legitimate option, or there's no option there at all. So it would probably be good to let us know one way or the other on that particular topic that you just brought up.
Okay, and again, it's only because after 7 months and basically a year in front of you guys, I'd like to come up with something that works for everybody long term. And I hear about splitting this into pieces. I would say that's sort of like getting into college, but having to apply each year. There are plenty of safeguards on any of the work that we're going to do between the engineers, the town bodies who will be overlooking it, and my reputation. So I'm not concerned that what we're putting together will work for the wetlands and be done according to plan. What I'm looking for is a plan that works for everybody. Okay. And that's been the difficulty, of tonight. I hear the battling consultants on wetlands. Will it work? The one thing I know is I can't replace history. I can try to do our best job with the knowledge we have with, you could study this thing to death and not move anything forward, or we can come up with a bunch of concrete ideas, put them on paper, and see how they work. You know, Kevin's got a long reputation in town. If we found that what we were doing didn't work, I would be back in front of this commission. I've invested a lot of time, money, and effort into this property, and it's not my plan not to come up with something that works for the community, the town, and us as the potential owner. So, you know, and again, I thank everybody for a very late evening, because I know everybody has real jobs to get to tomorrow morning. So again, I appreciate everybody's patience and time and effort on this, but you know, we will work with the commission to come up with something that is very acceptable and will meet all of the requirements.
All right, thank you, Mr. Carp. I think one thing that might help us at the next meeting, if it's feasible, Kevin, is maybe a couple cross sections, one through the north section and one through the south section, about in the middle, that would show us existing condition, proposed condition, and the approved plan from 05 or 06, whenever it was.
Okay.
I don't know if you have that. I know you do have some cross sections, but to have all three of those together, I think that would really help paint the picture for the commissioners. That I think some of the questions are kind of looking in that way.
Yeah, we can certainly add the approved 2005 grades to our sections.
All right, and I think that's everybody's questions.
I
So
just
I
have
don't see.
one last thing, which is just 2 seconds. Kevin, I pulled up the WSP report with the water sampling. From what I can tell, they didn't sample the surface water for phosphorus and nitrogen. So if you could just confirm or deny that for the next meeting.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, I think we've done our job for the evening, and someone like to make a motion to close this meeting. Motion from Commissioner Spence, it looks like.
Yeah, so moved.
Second.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Hall. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. This meeting closes at 11:54 p.m., 6 minutes before a 2-day meeting. Thanks, everybody. See you next time.